Dear friends, good morning. I would like to invite everyone to take your seats and dear speakers of the first panel, please, you're very welcome.
We kept the face for these kids.
Dear friends, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, dear online viewers, on behalf of the Europe Center, I warmly welcome you to the EU Accession Exchange Forum, a platform for exchanging experiences among countries moving forward toward joining the European Union. Thanks to Ukraine's armed forces, we are able to carry out this event here in Kyiv for the first year in a row during the full-scale war. We are organizing this forum with the support of our long-standing partners, the European Union, the International Renaissance Foundation, the Institute for European Policies and Reforms from Republic of Moldova, and in close cooperation with the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration. The goal of today's forum is to assess where we all stand, how we can jointly overcome existing challenges. We hope this platform will facilitate the exchange of lessons and experiences, whether in successful reforms in candidate countries or in addressing Euroscepticism within the EU member states. The cross-cutting theme of our discussion today is security. We fully recognize that all reforms on the path to the European Union are extremely important. There is no doubt that the implementation of fundamentals, including the fight against corruption and the rule of law, are crucial for the country's success. Yet security remains fundamental to the very existence of the state. The EU has no choice but to become a strong and influential actor capable of defending its values on the global stage. And this time, Europe's strength must be measured not only by its normative or soft power, but also by the strength of its armed forces, the capacity of its defense industry, and the resilience of its societies. A strong Europe is impossible without a strong Ukraine. Likewise, a successful Ukraine is impossible without a successful European Union. Ukraine sees EU membership as one of the key guarantees of its future security. At the same time, Ukraine is already a guarantor of security for the entire continent. Dear participants, this forum is aimed at becoming a platform for identifying solutions that will help move the enlargement process forward and remove the artificial barriers that still block it. At times, it seems that the closer we get to the EU, the more complex the challenges become. The more positive assessments we receive, the more new tasks arise. Some of them appear nearly impossible to resolve. On one hand, we have a fruitful dialogue with the EU, demonstrating readiness to start accession negotiations. But a single unfortunate decision can undermine trust. On the other hand, the European Union itself has launched an ambitious enlargement project showing unprecedented speed and determination. However, the rise of populist Eurosceptic movements poses a serious threat to this historic process. We hope that today's event will bring us closer to the answers to complex questions and consequently closer to Ukraine's and other candidate countries' full-fledged membership in the European Union. I sincerely thank all those who are with us today, participants, international speakers, and partners who have made a long journey to join the forum. And now it is my honor to pass the floor to Alexander Sushko, Executive Director of International Renaissance Foundation, our great partner, friend, and advocate for European integration. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues and friends. Thank you, Sergei, for introduction. Yes, this is not the first time to me to say that this is one of the flagship events of the year for the foundation, which makes certainly lots of different events. Even today we have 3 big events in the city. But this event is we're specifically determined and devoted to continue. And we were witnessed the progress of this dialogue, of this framework, since the very beginning, when it was started many years ago as Association Exchange Forum dedicated to the Association Agreement framework. And now we are moving forward with Accession, and we're moving forward with this dramatic historical moment of Europe, which certainly will be decisive for the European future for decades. I think that success or failure of this moment of enlargement will determine the substance of European Union future, and in a sense that this new wave of enlargement has already become the decisive moment for the European Union after many years of enlargement process was, I would say, stuck or delayed, and there was very, I would say, modest expectations regarding the possibility to move it forward. Now we have, on the side of European society or a society of member states, and also political elites, visible determination to move forward. So this, the most recent public opinion polls in the European Union indicate that the majority is in favor of enlargement. As Ukraine's future enlargement is supported by 52% average as of September this year, according to Eurobarometer data. So this is quite good as we compare it to the past, as we may compare it to the let's say, situation, overall perception of enlargement, which was traditionally not very popular. But now we have a big change. We have a strong, and Ukraine, by the way, among the candidate countries, is #1 by this support. So this is the country which is mostly wished and liked by the European Union member states, societies, to be part of the European Union. This is unprecedented, I would say. And even this is no longer the effect of the war, because it's already more than 3.5 years of the war. So it's rather stable, rather significant perception of by the European society of Ukraine as a genuine future member of the family. And this is something really extraordinary for us. We remember, like it was before, mentioned, for example, in the Netherlands, which 10 years ago voted against Association Agreement Society, and now 65% of the Netherlands Dutch population support Ukraine's accession. So that's a significant change. And in Sweden, for example, it's over 90% support. Certainly there are some other countries which more, I would say, problematic public opinion, but we know why it happens. So now we have, and I fully support here what Sergei said. So this is a combination of various factors. There is no one single issue which may guarantee success. So there is internal reforms, there is internal processes within the European Union, reforms of the institutions of the European Union. This is also national debates within the member states. And there are some sorts of opposition which is quite visible, which may probably not disappear. It may change, but not disappear. And this is a political play field, very active. Playing with the issue of enlargement will continue, unfortunately. And also, the path of reforms here in Ukraine is not something which is given, which is something which will not face problems. We understand it, and this year we have witnessed some problems, yeah, and we will see it, because this is also sometimes not popular, or sometimes it's painful, sometimes it requires significant changes in the political culture. It is not something which we may do overnight, and we treat it seriously. We do not have this naive perception of the European reforms that this is about simple solution. This is not about that. This requires the endeavor of the whole society, and that is why we, together with the European Union, our foundation, now implements significant long-term project, which we entitle "And the Whole of Society Move to the European Union." This means that we understand the deepness of the process, and the society, we want society to be an owner of this process, not just a narrow circle of political elites, but the whole society. And so here, I wish, I'm really, really personally committed to this event, to these efforts by the New Europe Center for many years. I'm happy to have such a partner. And I also happy to have a partner, European Union as a partner, and welcome here, ambassador here. And this is a determination, because this is a mutual effort, and we need to help each other. And we see this sustainable assistance by the European Union to help us to reach our strategic objective of accession. So thank you very much. I'm happy to see you all here, and let's start our work.
Good morning. Yeah, it's working. Good morning to all of you, and thank you for being here. I'm Sylvie Kaufmann. I'm editorial director with Le Monde, the French newspaper, and I'm also board member of ECFR, and I've come here with a group of European friends to see what is the situation here and what we can do to understand and help you. And so today we're going to talk about how Ukraine and how this full-scale invasion has changed everything in terms of prospects of accession to the European Union. It has changed everything, of course, from Brussels' point of view, but also from the point of view of many member states of the European Union, including mine, France, which, as was well known, was quite reluctant for a long time to enlargement and has completely changed its position now. So how does Ukraine's accession process also reshape the enlargement process for other countries, other candidate countries? This is what we're going to discuss in this panel with our 5 speakers. So we have here Ambassador Katarina Maternova, who is the ambassador of the European Union here to Ukraine. We have Oleksandr Ilkov, Director General of the Government Office for Coordination of European Integration in Ukraine. Drita Halili, former State Secretary at the Secretary for European Affairs and former Deputy Chief Negotiator for North Macedonia. Julian Groza, who is the Executive Director at the Institute for European Policies and Reforms of Moldova. And finally, our great friend Lia Quartepelle is a member of the Italian Parliament, Chamber of Deputies in Italy. So we're going to hear your each one's assessment of this situation, and then we'll engage in a conversation and give you the floor if you have questions to our speakers. So, Ambassador Maternova, I'll start with you. How do you see this? How do you see Ukraine's role in this larger enlargement process?
Thank you very much for the question, and доброго ранку всім. Цей форум, четвертий форум, став важливою платформою для цієї дискусії. And I will switch into English. Just saying, it's an important platform for the debate. Look, 24th of February 2022 was a shock, was a wake-up call, and a shock to the system. I was in the European Commission at the time, working on coordinating work on Ukraine. But equally shocking or equally surprising moment was the 28th of February, which is when Ukraine submitted application for membership in the EU. You know, we were in the middle of, and I said it at this forum also last year, and I will keep repeating it, just that we remember that we were in the middle of figuring out how to get bulletproof vests to Ukraine, and the leadership thought about applying for membership to the EU. And that was really a watershed moment when we're like, wait a second, is this what you're thinking about when you have Russian rockets falling on you and you are using your bare hands, a few Bayraktar drones to repel the attack? And the answer was yes, because the European Union membership in the European Union represents hope. And it has been throughout the war. I'm now on my third year living here, listening to the same sirens, going to the same shelters, and the European Union still represents the hope. And I will get to how we are standing up to that challenge in a second. But back to your question, Sylvie. The application by Ukraine has fundamentally reshaped the attitude to enlargement. In the previous mandate of the European Commission, that was not even a topic. You know, we had a process, but, you know, countries were pretending that they are reforming, and we were pretending that we are moving on enlargement. That was sort of a little bit of a cynical, maybe, but summary of the years past. And that fundamentally changed. I know at the beginning there were big worries among Western Balkan countries that now all attention will in fact be paid to Ukraine. The opposite is the case, that the entire idea of enlarging the EU became a topic and became something that the system started working on. So it actually benefited all countries in the enlargement process that reform. And on the coattails of Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia applied as well. Georgia is a different story, perhaps for a different panel, but Moldova is very much using the EU optimism to also propel domestic reforms, win elections clearly. So it became something that the system worked with. Now, what we are not so prepared for, or what we were not so prepared for, was the capacity, the resolve, and the determination that Ukrainians put into it and continue putting into it. I know there is a discussion about the slowdown of reform, etc. Yes, we hit rough patches, including this summer, but the speed that was set at the very beginning was not sustainable for the very long term. I mean, it's really been impressive. So when I hear people talking about slowdown, I try to visualize the speed of the reforms this country has been undergoing happening anywhere else in peacetime. And here, Ukraine is actually writing a playbook on how to reform during wartime, and in fact using the wartime cohesion in the society, or maybe certainly in the beginnings, in the beginning parts of the full-scale invasion, to actually push through some reforms that were difficult to push through before the full-scale invasion. So you actually have a situation here where the logic is turned on its head, and you have a society that is fighting for its national survival and physical survival, and at the same time pushing through reform. So anytime I hear criticism about the rough patches we hit, I sort of try to remind myself, first of all, and anyone I work with, that the setup and the pace and the depth of the reforms that have been necessary has been quite extraordinary. So now the question is how sustainable they are in a situation where the democratic cycle has been over for a while, and the elections are not realistic to do during the wartime, and the population doesn't want it. And at the same time, when the rewards for these reforms from continuing the formal steps of enlargement are not coming from our side. Let's face it, we have taken the process, I think, very far and very fast technocratically. I think we may technocratically be able to do more steps, but ultimately all these issues of expansion of the EU are unanimous decisions of the 27. So at some point, the hard constraint will come to exist. We are not there yet, but this is something that we need to keep in mind, and that may affect the timing. And I would like to finish by sort of a broader comment that I'm deeply, deeply convinced, and the more news I read or try not to read, the more convinced I am that we as an entity, we as a continent, we as civilization on this continent, our only hope is to help Ukraine prevail in this war and have Ukraine be with us. Its army being along our armies, its resourcefulness, its innovation, its technology, its resilience to be part of us. Otherwise, the rough patch would get a lot rougher. I'm deeply convinced that майбутнє України – це майбутнє Європи, that the future of Ukraine is the future of Europe. And if we don't realize it yet, then time to wake up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll discuss later at what pace we have to wake up. Yeah. In the rest of Europe. Mr. Ilkov, please give us your perspective from Ukraine and how you have witnessed this evolution.
Good morning, dear colleagues, excellencies. It's my great pleasure to be here today and to take part in today's discussion. And taking this opportunity, I would like to thank organizers of this forum, the New Europe Center, the International Renaissance Foundation, and the European Union for this opportunity and for their continued support. I think that the title of today's session could not be more timely. Indeed, it was Ukraine that revitalized the EU enlargement policy and transforming it from distant aspiration into a living and dynamic process. Let us recall how enlargement looked at the end of 2021. Skepticism prevailed, trust in the process was fading, and many saw it as a ritual without a real momentum. And the full-scale invasion and the Ukraine's application for joining EU changed this paradigm completely. Together with Ukraine, Moldova gained its candidate status. The European perspective of Georgia was recognized, and at the same time, the EU enlargement policy towards the Western Balkans also regained its political relevance. And I want to assure you that Ukraine's application was not a gesture of despair. It was a real declaration of confidence in our European destiny and our determination to stand as an integral part of the European family. And despite all the challenges which Ukraine is still facing, I think that we really achieved remarkable progress. Just want to name few of these stages which we went through. So first of all, we obtained the candidate status, then we fulfilled the 7 and then additional 4 recommendations of the European Commission, which led us to formally open the accession talks. Then we completed the screening process, screening of our legislation into a record time that was never done before in the history of enlargement. For the first time in history, Ukraine as a candidate state joined the EU internal market through the Rome Like Home initiative. Just recently we activated the clause of our association agreement and expanded our trade liberalization regime with the European Union. And in May this year, you know that the government of Ukraine approved all the 4 main documents which were preconditions for opening the first cluster. I mean the roadmap on the rule of law roadmap, the roadmap on functioning of democratic institutions, public administration reform roadmap, and the action plan on protection of national minorities. We also endorsed what the government's 3 negotiating positions already on Cluster 1, Cluster 2 internal market, and Cluster 6 external relations. And now we are continuing our dialogue with the European Commission on agreeing our negotiating position on Clusters 4 and 5. So I want to assure you that by the end of the year, Ukraine will be absolutely ready for opening all 6 clusters. We also have set the ambitious goal for this year to adopt our national program of the adoption of acquis, which will guide us through the whole accession process. And this turned me to another point. I think that it is becoming increasingly clear that we are approaching a stage where greater clarity and greater predictability from our partners is also essential. Without unlocking the negotiating process, we risk entering a phase of reform fatigue. Not because of lack of will, commitment is there, but because major reforms now require substantial political capital and a sense of a forward movement. Our message is very simple. Ukraine does not ask for concessions. We ask for predictability. We need a clear and credible roadmap where every successful reform is rewarded with tangible progress, not only through advances in the negotiation process, but also through deep access to internal market, through broader participation of Ukraine in EU programs, and with the more structured financial support. And this is what we call real merit-based approach, the very core of the negotiating framework. We are also witnessing a unique political moment, and this was already said by previous speakers. For the first time in history, a majority of EU citizens support Ukraine's membership. And now, according to the recent results of Eurobarometer, Ukraine is a favorite candidate state among all other candidates in 14 member states. And I think that we cannot afford to lose this momentum. The next enlargement has become not only a matter of policy, but geopolitical necessity for the entire continent. And let me emphasize, a geopolitical approach to enlargement does not replace a values-based one. It reinforces it. It is not a shortcut, but an accelerator. It answers the question, why now? Because our common security and freedom depend on it. So how do we see the scenario under the current circumstances when Hungary continues to block the opening of Cluster 1? We believe it is important to preserve momentum and maintain engagement despite this situation. That is why we are open to holding technical consultations within the EU Council mechanism first, to ensure that all sides are as well prepared as possible once the political decision to open the negotiation clusters is finally taken. At the same time, we understand that these consultations must remain informal and complementary. They cannot replace the official accession procedure. The reality is the opening of Cluster 1 fundamentals has been blocked for almost a half year, despite positive assessments from all relevant institutions. It is difficult to accept arguments about Ukraine's lack of readiness, especially when they come from a member state that, according to EU institutions themselves, faces challenges with upholding rule of law standards. Looking strategically, the current accession procedure still requires more than 75 unanimous votings. And how can we ensure credible commitments under such conditions? That is why we need to find sustainable solutions to make the path to integrate dynamic, consistent, and rewarding for process. And I think that all individual concerns of member states should be addressed through institutional mechanisms, not through ad hoc political trade-offs. To prepare for an enlargement, the EU will, of course, need internal reforms. But this process, in our opinion, must go hand in hand with enlargement, not become a pretext for its postponement. Reforms of the EU should not be an additional condition for the completion of Ukraine's accession. To sum up, we firmly believe that Ukraine's accession will not only complete the European project, it will transform it. A European Union that includes Ukraine will be more secure, more competitive, and more confident in its global role. So let us work together to make this vision a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Alexander Ilkov, and you touched on this sensitive issue of the position of some member states, which is blocking this or slowing down this process. So maybe I will turn to Lia Guartapelle now, because you are the representative here of the other member states. So how do you see this from where you are, from Italy?
Well, thank you very much, Sylvie, and I'd like to thank all the organizers of the Accession Exchange Forum. It is an honor to be here, not just to reiterate my country commitment to Ukraine accession to the EU since Prime Minister Draghi, but it is a commitment that has been reiterated also by the current Prime Minister. And I say this speaking from the opposition. It's one of the few things that we really agree on. But it is also always an honor to be in Ukraine in solidarity with what Ukraine and its brave people are doing for the security of us all. Ambassador Maternova said that since 28th of February 2022, since the beginning of the accession process by Ukraine to the EU, the whole concept of accession changed, and it's true. But what changed, I think, is also the why we are together in Europe. The large-scale invasion really posed some fundamental questions that are there not only for Ukraine, are there for all of us as Europeans. Are we able to maintain peace in our continent? Are we able to guarantee security and well-being to our citizens in the face of external threats? These are the questions, and these are fundamental questions that will change not only one part of our external policy, which is the accession process, but really how we work as a union. And I think I hear it and I say it. Of course, accession process for Ukraine is a lot of homework. And all of us member countries, even founding member countries like my own country, did this homework. And God knows how painful sometimes these homeworks are, how costly, how complicated, how complex the relationship with the public opinion becomes when you have to do your homework. At the same time, it's not possible that we only ask Ukraine to do homework. The accession of such a big country like Ukraine within the Union requires all us member states to do other homeworks. And these have to do with the upkeeping of our common home. We know that the European Union works very well on certain issues and could work better on other issues, including the relationship between member countries. Alexandra was saying it in a very polite and light way, but it's clear to all of us that we cannot have in the future in the same room with the same rules Hungary and Ukraine. We cannot have that. So we have to rethink how we work on a democratic and commitment basis. I will not bother you with the details of voting rights and voting rules, but this has to do with this. And this is homeworks that we have to do. Second point, other homeworks that we have to do with the relationship with our public opinion. The fact that Ukraine will enter the European Union requires changes. I always say this in Italy, this will resonate differently here in Ukraine. 1/3 of the European budget has to do with agricultural policy right now. When a big agricultural country like Ukraine enters, that budget will shift. We have to explain this now to our public opinion, not later, not when the things will come. We have to explain that you have to balance existential objectives like security of the continent with other important objectives like food security and territory upkeeping, landscape upkeeping. You have to balance and you have to make decisions now, and we have to tell the truth to our public opinion now. Third and last homework, a bit of creativity. We know that what is happening in Ukraine concerns not only member states, but countries like the UK, like Norway, maybe even like Canada, somehow also Turkey. We have to find creative ways of being together, of sharing objectives, of sharing values, and finding ways to be more united and more effective. This is a part of what Ukraine will bring into the Union. New ideas, the energy that we need, and more unity than ever on fundamental values and fundamental needs for our population. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leah. We'll come back to later to some of the issues you have raised, including creativity and Hungary. Maybe we can mix these two issues, actually. So maybe Julian Groza, I will turn to you now. So you will give us the perspective from Moldova, who Moldova, as Ambassador Maternova said, followed Ukraine very early on to candidate for the European Union for accession. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Sylvie. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this discussion and a partner of this forum. And indeed, I'll try to bring a perspective from Chisinau. First, I think it's clear that we are at a geopolitical turning point. As we speak, European leaders are preparing this week to get together again to discuss various topics. And of course, all eyes in Chisinau also on this European Council to see if EU leaders have managed to find very creative solutions to get out of the internal blockages to allow Moldova and Ukraine to advance accession negotiations. Yet draft conclusions reportedly do not contain any mention about enlargement. A reminder that even at wartime in EU, there is this ability, even though wanting to act strategically, but still affected by internal politics. Russia's full-scale invasion, of course, against Ukraine has affected Europe's security, it's clear, but also it's reshaped the enlargement policy, the European integration policy. It is not only a technocratic process of preparing a candidate country to be part of the EU. It already is more than that. It's about resilience, it's about becoming a strategic instrument of defense for countries like Ukraine and Moldova. Ukraine's courage, Moldova's democratic determination, and Europe's unity, in response, this is another shape for the enlargement. It gives a new meaning, not merely a project of transformation, but a guarantee of peace, democracy, and resilience. For Moldova, Ukraine indeed is not only a strategic partner, neighbor, it is truly a shield against Russia's aggression, as it is for the whole of Europe. Our two paths are interconnected, politically, economically, symbolically. The EU's decision to grant candidate status to Moldova and Ukraine in 2022, opening talks in 2024, is a clear message that the European project extends to those who defend its values under fire and pressure. Since the war started, Russia has intensified its efforts to destabilize Moldova. Moldova has not been attacked conventionally by Russia, but Russia is attacking Moldova asymmetrically, using disinformation, cyber attacks, trying to destabilize the country with covert financing operations, with proxies, to try to undermine trust in institutions, to try to undermine trust among each other, to try to undermine the trust between our partners. All these FIMI activities have been present in our recent parliamentary elections. And our response was very clear. It has been a genuine whole-of-society effort to defend ourselves against Russia's hybrid warfare. And institutions have acted more enhanced to oversight illegal financing, to dismantle propaganda, to ensure electoral integrity. Civil society, business, media have worked together to expose all these manipulations. And international partners have helped us to be more resilient in terms of hybrid defense, in terms of cyber defense, in terms of electoral integrity. And ultimately, actually, the answer of the people of Moldova was very clear, that the integrity of our democracy depends on our citizens and institutions when they act together. So the answer of these elections was very clear. Under pressure of Russia, Moldovans have decided to anchor once again my country into the EU accession process, reconfirming and with a larger support this strategic choice after the last year constitutional referendum, which was won on the edge. Now, Moldova's accession process has gained indeed unprecedented momentum, and together with Ukraine we advanced in our negotiations. Just as Ukraine, we finalized screening recently, and of course we're looking forward to start accession talks. We, of course, waiting for a political decision to be taken by the Council. All our experts and countries are working together with the Commission to be ready when the moment comes. And I think this is another proof that the EU is doing the best to help the process, to maintain the process, and at the same time looking for creative solutions to overcome the stalemate. Because we have a clear ambition. The voice of Moldovans in the last elections was very clear. Over 70% of Moldovan citizens who voted pro-European parties said that Moldova wants to be ready to join the European Union by 2030. We have a very ambitious calendar of negotiations with the European Commission, so we have to look at it. Yet, enlargement must also evolve to remain a very credible process. Internal vetoes, particularly from Budapest, continue to threaten and to paralyze this progress. Hungary's opposition to Ukraine's advancement risks turning it into a geopolitical hostage-making mechanism. So the EU must continue to find ways to move beyond such blockages. Of course, Kyiv and Budapest should continue efforts to resolve the bilateral issues, and we have seen some tentative progress, but systemic solutions are also needed. And Moldova was very consistent in its approach in terms of the enlargement, with its solidarity with Ukraine. I think Moldova, being a country which is supported by all member states and it's without any blockages, I think it also provides a good opportunity to find ways out from the stalemate. And I think Moldova can use its diplomatic power to seek also compromises with Budapest. Because for Moldova, synchronization of the Ukraine, with Ukraine is strategically important. It's strategically complementary. It's not artificially parallelism there, because our security and prosperity depend on each other. Moldova is safer with Ukraine in the European Union, and Ukraine will be safer with Moldova in the EU. So now, looking at the topic of this panel, enlargement from inside out, I think the task ahead is very clear. It's not only about adapting us as candidates to become members of the EU, but also adapting EU to bring us to the European Union. And I think it's clear that Ukraine and Moldova will bring into Europe the lively experience of defending freedom and democracy under pressure, a perspective that will enrich the European project. And I think that is important. And finally, I think it's also important to look into long-term efforts. And I would support what Leah mentioned. We need to reach out not only to our communities and prove to EU countries that we are really Europeans and we really want to transform and to be part of the European Union. We also need to outreach to people in the European Union countries. We need to be present there because we understand at the end of the day that this is a popular process, and I think we need to transfer the popular support in the European Union into popular support among political leaders in the European Union, which should be a consensus to support our way towards the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So last but not least, of course, Drita Abdiohalili, you will give us your point of view on your assessment from where you are in North Macedonia.
Thank you very much. Dobry ranok, szanowni kolegi. This is how much I learned for a year. Good morning, dear ambassador, dear friends. It's really good to be here amongst people that know what the word accession means, not in policy terms, but in terms of long, demanding process that really tests the patience and conviction of entire societies. I come from the Western Balkans, specifically from North Macedonia, a country that received candidate status in 2005 and open accession negotiations in 2022, 17 years later. That timeline alone says about how complex this path can be. Colleagues from Albania and Montenegro share their stories in their own ways, even that now they're moving with a faster rhythm. I hope and believe that this will become a new normal for all of us. Since Russia's full-scale aggression against Ukraine, the entire logic of enlargement did change and shifted. So what was once seen as a technocratic exercise, it did become a question of geopolitics and security. It reminded everyone in Brussels and across the continent that the enlargement is not an administrative procedure only. It can be a strategic tool as well. But let's be honest, the geopolitical aspect alone is not enough. Political urgency can open doors. But if we want to move forward, we have to be consistent with our work. And that is the message for Ukraine, Moldova, and the Western Balkans. This momentum that was created and that we are witnessing, it must be translated into sustained reforms and credible progress and institutional discipline. For years, decades, the enlargement felt stalled, and it was stalled. So technical chapters were opened and some provisionally closed, but the sense of political purpose has faded. This also influenced people's perception and support for the European integration in the Balkans, even that support still remains high. But the war in Ukraine changed that. And suddenly, the map of Europe looked unfinished. And actually, also the question changed, not if the EU should enlarge, but how it could still justify delay. For the Western Balkans, this new environment brings both opportunity and responsibility, and if I kind of quote the ambassador, opportunity because EU stops pretending they want to enlarge, and responsibility, we have stopped pretending that we want to exceed. But what matters now is the credibility on our side as negotiating countries, but also of the unions. So reform, delivery, and alignment will be read as political signals of maturity. The average time it took a Western Balkan to move from one step to another is about 10 years, from candidate status to opening negotiations, opening chapters and closing. We in North Macedonia know what it means to be blocked by vetoes, how this tests institutions, discourages citizens, and blurs the line between bilateral issues and European values. Of course, nothing is black and white, but we must be honest. Waiting indefinitely erodes both trust and purpose. And if Europe wants to stay united and strong, it also must stay adaptable. The rules must serve the vision, not the other way around. And still, after 10 years, more than a decade ago, after Croatia's accession, no Western Balkan country joined the EU. And this, my friends, is not statistics, it's a political signal. In this context, Ukraine's fast-moving path often raises a question that I receive, especially here in Kiev. Sometimes it's phrased delicately, sometimes very directly. Does the pace of Ukraine, consequently also Moldova, make the Western Balkans feel overlooked? And my answer is clear, it shouldn't. And I always quote the Minister of European Affairs of Montenegro saying, why would they go through the same path if there's a way that the lessons learned from the Western Balkans can be applied also to the Union and to make this a more dynamic process. So your progress is not a setback for us. It's actually a reminder for everyone. It shows what is possible when political will meets national purpose, and when both sides treat enlargement as a strategic necessity, not only a bureaucratic exercise. But again, being a person who loves to tackle day-to-day work, I must emphasize that geopolitics cannot replace the fundamentals of reform. The momentum that Ukraine has generated will only strengthen the process if it's matched by delivery, by results that endure beyond headlines. Ukraine did the unimaginable. I've closely been involved in this process. It carried out institutional reforms, adopted EU-aligned laws, and sustained a functioning democracy under bombardment. It legislated through blackouts, negotiated under sirens, and kept faith in Europe while fighting for its survival. Ukraine proved that the path to Europe is not measured by comfort or convenience, but rather by determination. And again, determination alone, it's never enough. Its courage must now be matched with hard work of rebuilding, reforming, and delivering. Because this has made us all believe that this is possible. This discipline in Kyiv, Chisinau, the Western Balkan region should give credibility to the entire enlargement process. We all have work to do, and this gives us a new opportunity, but not in isolation, together. So both the Western Balkan the region together with Ukraine and Moldova can work together. For the Union, the challenge is to keep enlargement consistent, fair, driven by progress, not by fatigue or vetoes. For us as a region, the task is to prove that we can build independent institutions and enforce rules, and also help societies transform. Because ultimately, the credibility of enlargement will not depend on who moves first. I mean, we have shown that in the Western Balkans, but who delivers consistently. One very important element is for all of us to see that the momentum that Ukraine generated, it was a huge sacrifice. And all sides, the Union, all member states should recognize this moment and help the process move forward. Because any stalling will have maybe consequences which will cost more and will take longer to repair. The determination that Ukraine has showed for us in the Western Balkans it's not a reason to feel overshadowed. It's a reason to re-energize our path. Your path as Ukraine is steep, it's unfinished, but already it has shown to all of us what belief in Europe truly means. And definitely doesn't mean comfort, certainty, but it means to build when the ground shakes beneath you. Thank you very much. Дуже дякую. I learned that as well.
Thank you very much, Drita, for this very candid assessment of the specificity of the Western Balkans case and what the Ukrainian case can do for you. Before I open the floor to questions, so please prepare yourself if you want to ask questions. I would like to turn to you, Ambassador Maternova, again, because this geopolitical dimension and factor has been mentioned several times in these remarks, and I would like to ask you: this support of member states of the EU for Ukraine has been quite specific, of course. It has, as you have pointed it out yourself, it's the full-scale invasion generated all this powerful change. What is the chance of of it reverberate? We've seen, of course, the effect on Moldova, but what is the chance of this push factor, if I may describe it as such, to reverberate on other candidates? How, you see what I mean? There's this Ukrainian case because of the war situation, but how do we use it? How do we use this dynamic also for the Western Balkans, for instance? How you know Western Balkans very well, so how do you see the change, the potential change here?
Well, I think I alluded to it at the beginning, and I think Drita mentioned it very specifically, the Ukrainian example, and actually bold and visionary move on the 28th of February, 4 days into the full-scale invasion, was the change factor, right? Was the breathing the dynamism into it, and things are moving now faster. I mean, I very much agree, and I know that your country has suffered rolling vetoes on and had to change its name and constitution, and so it's really sort of the scary example of what can happen, and I very much agree that we don't have a very good mechanism of how to isolate the bilateral issues from the European values, as you said. But I think it's already happening. The process has become faster and has become sort of a given. We are moving towards enlargement, and that includes Western Balkans. I think that without the energizing factor of Ukraine accession application, we wouldn't be there. I think that especially with the amount of crises that we have, with the war on our continent, with the war that is about to be finished, and then we go back and forth very nearby, and all the different challenges, I think enlargement would have been not the key priority that it is now. You would not have in the institutions people vying to be working on enlargement because that was a death nail before that. So I think it already has happened, and it has positive impact on the countries that are moving forward. There are those who are not moving forward on their own because of the lack of determination to reform. But those that do want to are moving forward faster, and I think that's very much a result of Ukrainian application.
The one which didn't move forward, which actually stalled, is Georgia, and you alluded to it. Is there any hope for Georgia now to access the European Union?
I used to be responsible for Georgia too. I'm no longer, so I will let others respond it who have more accurate and up to date.
It's a very diplomatic answer. I can understand this. Leah is not a diplomat. Maybe you have.
Thank you, Sylvie, and also thank you to the ambassador for letting me speak on this topic. I think the Georgian youth, the Georgian people, give us hope. I think Georgian dream or nightmare, as you want to call it, is really pushing away the hope for their country. However, and I say this with shame, I think many European politicians are not looking in the direction of Georgia. And I don't think we can be forgiven for not responding to the cry of help that comes from their people. They look at us and we cannot be selfish. There is a difference between being selfish. There is a word between being selfish and looking away and exporting democracy. And in between, there is what we can do to support people that believe in an ideal that is Europe. We are not doing enough to support those people that believe in Europe, in a country that is seeing spaces of hope and light shrinking and shrinking every day.
I thank you for saying that. Just one comment when I finished my introductory remarks with a call for a wake-up call, and I think looking at Georgia, there is one lesson that I very much hope we are taking to heart, that the Russians don't need to bomb cities and blow up power stations to take over a country, and that the hybrid warfare is real. You spoke about it, Julian, also about Moldova and elsewhere, and this is something that we need to be very much aware of. There is the kinetic war here, but there is also a hybrid war, whether it's assassinating people, whether it's putting fifth columns into the system, whether it's disinformation, whether it's cyber attacks. Let's not be under any illusion.
Thank you very much. The other panelists are welcome to intervene if they wish. Are there any questions here? Okay, so we have, yeah, please. And then Leo, you have a question? Okay.
Do you expect to have time? Sergei Sidorenko, European Pravda. I have a question to probably Katarina and Alexandra, and maybe other participants would like to reflect. What do you see as a feasible way for us to go forward while Hungary is blocking opening of clusters, given that, well, the political reality demands to have something more official than just like a key. A key is important, but politics is much more complex. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll take three questions. So Leo and then the lady in the front. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I found this discussion fascinating since it covered like the most pressing issues which we are currently dealing with, I think, on the agenda. And my question is, I was reading yesterday political report about the the possibility of having new members without the voting rights. So they would give up the voting rights until there would be a reform with the QMV is introduced, and the EU can deal with this. So is it you find this appealing? I mean, do you find this a way out of the current blockage? Like, would you see this possible? I mean, because it's not the first time I hear this in Brussels.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Can you pass the mic to your Leo here on your left? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm so sorry. I'm a student of international relations at Kyiv Mohyla Academy. My name is Maria Pavlova. So when the full invasion started, my family and I moved abroad for some time to take shelter there. And while being there, I met a lot of Russians and some pro-Russian people who shared the narrative that an accession of Ukraine into the EU can be considered as a threat to Russia and as a threat to peace and so-called stability inside the Europe. So my question is, how can we deal with it widespread of Russian propaganda inside the Europe? Mm-hmm. So anybody can answer it up. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So we have Hungary, procedural possible changes to the voting rights problem, and how do we deal with Russian propaganda? I think that's a concern for all of us. Who would like to start answering?
We'll break the ice.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Briefly, on the feasible way forward, Serhii, I'm not going to have a fully satisfactory answer because the ideal way forward would be opening the negotiations, for which we don't have the unanimity. But let me quote Commissioner Kos, who visited Ukraine, Commissioner for Enlargement, who visited Ukraine for 3 days a few weeks ago. And she said it in a tongue-in-cheek manner, but it's true that Ukraine doesn't need Mr. Orban to carry out reforms. There is a process. I know it's not as dramatic and as satisfying as was, 7 steps and then 4 steps, and when we have these big milestones on the way. In fact, when I first came here, it was in the first month that I was here, I think, at the forum, and I was saying, guys, once the negotiations start, it's going to become very boring and to quote a Polish foreign minister, humiliating for the negotiating country. You will have mid-level officials from Brussels telling you how to do and what to do and how to run your country. We all went through it. We, with all due respect with Italy, not necessarily founded the European Union, but those who acceded much later, it is not a very pretty process. And for actually moving, I know it's not giving the rewards, but the work can continue, and when the moment of opportunity to have consensus happens, you need to be ready not to waste time. Because if we now waste time waiting for that consensus, then we'll really be losing time. So I know it's not a very satisfying answer, but I hope that we will indeed not stop the reform process. On the 4th of November, we will have an enlargement report. We will be presenting it, and then so the boring process is happening, and so stick to the boring process and continue on those reforms, because they will have to be done anyway, and they are actually good for Ukraine. On the voting rights, no, I don't find that appealing, but there are. It's a blue sky. We are figuring out how to work. Already at 27, the system is stretched. Any sociologist would tell you that groups beyond a certain size are impossible to navigate. So something will have to happen, and I don't think we are there yet. And I actually think that EU accession is a threat to Russia. That's why we had Maidan when Yanukovych didn't sign. It was not about NATO. It's just the Russian narrative is about NATO. Of course, he doesn't want a popular revolution to suddenly usher you into space of prosperity and security, right? So I can imagine that's a threat. And when the accession would become less distant or more immediate, I think there would be very massive attention by the Russian trolls and hybrid machine against it. So we just need to be aware of it and act. Sorry, I spoke.
Thank you very much, and thank you for pointing out that boring can be good. And I remember when Adam Michnik, the Polish opponent, used to say, "Now Poland has become a boring country, and it's a very good news." I'm afraid it's not so boring now, but Mr. Ilkov and Rita, you want to say? Okay. Mm-hmm.
May I add something? So first of all, I'm very much aligned with what Ambassador said. And as a person who is responsible and in charge for all this boring stuff, I think that it's in our interest to move forward and not just to stop and wait what will happen in Budapest in April next year. And I think that is why, starting from May this year, there was a rather long way to find this. First it was called like creative solution how to overcome this blockage. Now we have a new term for this, front loading, and I think that this is something which really could work. The only thing, and we are now discussing this with our partners, that we want to see like very concrete outcomes of this process. And this will allow us to structure our work. I agree that we should continue our reforms despite of the blockage, but I think that all of us already see some, I would not call it frustration, but some lack of engagement, especially on a political level. As I said, these commitments really requires like strong political engagement, and for this we really need the process to be formalized, to understand what will be in the end of this process. On voting rights, I think it's another creative solution. My personal opinion, I do not want to see, let's say, solving issues on the cost of Ukraine or other candidate states. And on Russian propaganda, joking, do not read Soviet newspapers in the morning. That's it.
Okay, maybe I will try to combine my intervention for all questions. First, for the creativity or creative solutions, there's still need for unanimity. So I will not go deeper into that. EU needs unanimity for whatever solutions should be found. The process has always been, but now we are more aware of it, as much as technical, also political. And we need to navigate through this process in those two lines. And maybe I'll be a little bit more positive, and I don't think it's actually very boring, because with the new methodology, we already have an instrument which is gradual integration or accelerated integration, where negotiating countries can enjoy some benefits before becoming full members. And it used to be a zero-sum game. So I think there is some excitement there, but also keeping the reforms up. There is excitement there because it will transform our institutions and our societies. Already, all countries, Ukraine included, have ready roadmaps, which of course they need a formal approval and moving forward by Brussels, but that does not mean that we cannot continue to do our work as Ukraine already has started. So there are elements that, despite the factual situation, you have to keep moving. We kept moving. And the countries that kept moving and prepared themselves, when the momentum came, they moved faster. And such is the case also, for example, with Albania. So regarding the disinformation, I would say we should answer with our correct information. I think there's also lack of information of how much EU is supporting already all acceding countries, including Ukraine. And this should be coupled with, let's say, good communication on what this support is. It's not only alignment of laws. There's actually financial support, building schools, infrastructure, helping youth. And this should be communicated to overtake the space. So really, you don't have time to read Russian media in the morning. Thank you very much.
On Russian propaganda and disinformation activities across Europe, not only in Europe, but across Atlantic too. I think the lesson of Moldova, the recent lesson of Moldova, is that whenever you have a whole of society, a whole of a government effort, whenever you understand your vulnerabilities and apply proper instruments to enhance the resilience of institutions, but also of the society, and whenever you realize that Russia disinformation propaganda is part of a hybrid warfare activity. So we need to, I think all of us realizes that informational space is a new war, not new, old war space, which means you need to apply similar or adaptive tools. And the lesson of Moldova is that it worked when you have understood what are your vulnerabilities. understood what are the entry points of the narratives of Russia. Because fighting disinformation with debunking, pre-bunking, it doesn't work anymore. You need to go on a macro level to understand the narrative approach and to design a counter-narrative work and secure your information space. So I think that is the lessons we had, and I think the experience of Moldova provides a lot of food for thought that can be explored and used to extend this hybrid defense umbrella across Europe, and I think this is something where we are today. Now, I think about the discussions about voting rights, and it will stay. But we also have to understand that we have political issues that have to be solved by political decisions. It's very difficult to approach with technical solutions to a political decision to be solved. So we have to face the problem, and the problem is clear that there is an opposition for various reasons, and I think this opposition has to be addressed politically, directly. But about talking about voting rights, again, I think one topic that I think is very relevant in the accession process, in the enlargement policy, I think we all need to understand that the current enlargement methodology is so sophisticated, as it was reformed last time, that even more complicates the decision-making process in a consensus environment. So basically, I think the European Union over-exaggerated in providing all these voting procedures for every step of the process, even beyond finalizing the negotiations. So I think this is something that probably could be a topic of further discussion within the EU institutions to revise the methodology of the enlargement on voting procedure. I think it doesn't make sense to have a unanimity decision on opening negotiations on interim benchmarks. I think it makes sense to have them at the end, but not at the beginning, because it leads us to come up to solutions of front loading, which is another creative solution. I think it works, and I think this is something that we can use together with Commission and Member States and in the negotiations. But ultimately, it still is a political decision that the Member States of the European Union have to take, EU institutions have to take, and also politically directly with Budapest. It will not be Budapest, it will be, I don't know, Warsaw, it will be Sofia, it will be Paris, it will be Germany, Athens, Italy. Every time will come this topic, and it will not be solved. I think to me it's unrealistic to believe that by approaching changing voting rights and could be a solution to overcome some veto decision at this stage, because even the discussion about reform of the voting rights needs a unanimity at the EU level.
Thank you very much. We only have a few minutes left, so Leah, you will have the last word, I think.
I'd be very quick on the question on the voting rights, but also the way forward. On the one hand, it's clear to all of us that it would be ironic to have inside the European Union members with voting rights that don't comply with fundamental principles, and members without voting rights which fought for those principles. So this is clear, and it has to be stated and restated. It's not a satisfying possibility. At the same time, I want to just leave here one thought that has been shared with me with people that worked for the euro during in the late 1990s. They were in the team of Prodi, working with him on the euro, and they said very candidly, when we started speaking and thinking about the euro, we didn't exactly know what the euro would look like. We knew what we needed, but we didn't exactly know how the European Central Bank would work, what the banking union would be. In fact, it's not completed and so on. But we had clear in our minds what we needed at the time. And I think this is where we have to start, not from the rules, but what do we want to do together? Now we have an issue of security. We have to work on security together, doing what we think could work. We don't exactly know what it will look like, but we have to be in the process. And the process will drive us and will change other things. Of course, Euro members have a different status from non-Euro members within the Union, and we know that. And I mean, this is what I think about creativity. And on propaganda, two things. One thing, and I say this coming from a country where you had 3-4 parties that were heavily infiltrated by Russian propaganda. You need a lot of political leadership. When you have political leadership, you won't suppress Russian propaganda, you won't suppress people that believe in Russian propaganda, but you have a process. And even now in Italy, even if the political leadership really diminished, we still have lots of support for Ukraine because that political leadership was applied in the beginning. Secondly, there is a lot of work, Alexandra said it in a short, there's a lot of work for the banking, for information. You'll have here Nona Michelidze, who, by the way, is Georgian, so if you want to ask her about Georgia, she will reply better than we did. She does a lot of the banking, and this is gold for all of us, and it really helps. Of course, the truth does not shine all the time, but you need those blocks to build a better environment for discussion.
Thank you, Leah, for ending on a positive and constructive note. To the Accession Exchange Forum for putting together such a very good panel and help me to give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. We'll 20 minutes break, I'm told, before the next panel. Thank you very much.
So, honorable participants of the conference, we continue our discussions, and I'm ready to introduce our distinguished panelists of the session number 2, advocating sectoral benefits. What advantages does the new enlargement bring for the EU? So this is really important to discuss, as previous speakers mentioned already, that Ukraine is a security guarantor of the continent. And it's very fair to say that Ukrainian armed forces is de facto European armed forces. So, but besides strength of Ukrainian defense forces, what else could bring Ukraine to the EU and make EU subjectivity or EU agency as a geopolitical player? So I'm happy to introduce speakers of today's panel. Alexandra Batli, leading research fellow, Institute for Economic Research and Policy Consulting from Ukraine. Also Roman Nitsovich, research director, Dixie Group. Anastasia Pokimban, research fellow, German Council on Foreign Relations. Also Natalia Andrusevich, chair of the governing body Society and Environment Ukraine. And I hope Yana Kobzova join us soon. So let me start my first question to Alexandra Batli, leading research fellow, Institute for Economic Research and Policy Consulting. So Alexandra, everyone now knows about the strength of Ukraine in modern warfare, the unique battle-tested army. But besides this, as it was mentioned previously, that 1/3 of the EU budget has to do with agriculture policy. And many EU member states are afraid of Ukrainian agriculture potential and the future competition. So you represent the economic area. So could you please explain, if I'm like ordinary citizen of France or Italy, why Ukraine joining EU will strengthen EU economically? Because the big competition globally, and it's also about the EU competitiveness, and why people should be more in favor, and even the numbers which we have, that 56% of the EU citizens support for the enlargement, that these numbers will grow after your arguments.
Good point. Overall, everybody understands that enlargement to European Union and actually enlargement of European Union is not a charity. But this is about competitiveness, this is about resilience, and this is about better chances for development and as well as security. Because Ukraine actually does have a good army now, and the best army, like if we compare to European Union countries, I think. And this is the area that we can teach other countries how to actually protect our country, how to develop miltech, and actually our miltech is the best now in the European Union and more adaptive. But this is more kind of security and defense issues, but which I think it's kind of something that is already clear to many Europeans and many people in the European Union, that what we have is something that European countries should have. This kind of resilience and adaptive security forces, military technologies, etc. But when we talk about economy, this is kind of really more difficult topic. I'm really sure that with the strong Ukraine, European Union will be more competitive on the global market. We talk about European Union as a union, first of all, and I would like just to repeat what Leah said on the previous panel, that Ukraine provides more creativity, and actually this is true. This is more united and more effective European Union, and this is again is true, and that's what I'm sure about. And this is really good to hear this from the person who represents European Union, because when Ukrainians are speaking about this, it's kind of, you're Ukrainian, I'm like, so you are just biased about this. It's really great to hear this from European Union members. And therefore, when we talk about competitiveness, Ukraine has strong agriculture. Ukraine has strong other industries as well. This is machine building, and it's not only defense industry, but other industries. Ukraine has good people and smart people, adaptive business, and I'm sure that European Union, as I said, will be more competitive on the global market. This is really important when we talk about competition with China, for example, and also with the United States. I mean, like, because we see that United States are not friendly anymore with when we talk about trade policy to European Union as well. So bigger union is more stable union and more resilient union in economic sense of saying this. When we talk about, again, Ukraine, then some industries, some companies can actually move from China to Ukraine. And this will be important because this is shorter logistics, it's better transport corridor, and we will also develop this transport corridor. This is something that we will need investments for. But shorter logistics is important for European Union. This will make actually productions cheaper. And again, I mean, like, this will be a benefit for European Union. When we talk about, and as a result, European Union will again compete on the global market and will win this competition when we talk about third countries as well. European citizens are afraid, and the farmers especially, are afraid of the fiscal pressure, and also that they will lose part of, for example, common agricultural policy benefits and subsidies. But just to remind, European Union plans to reform common agricultural policy for more than 10 years. Why? Because it's expensive and it's not efficient. And this is an issue. So Ukraine actually pushes European Union also for reforms. And I think this is really needed. As it was mentioned by Katerina in the previous panel, Ukraine does a lot of efforts in reforming, and we actually can teach also others how to make reforms during wartime. And in peaceful times, we had really good experience of 2015, 2019, when many reforms were implemented in Ukraine in peaceful times. And these were reforms that made us closer to European Union. This was European integration reforms, but also these are reforms that helped us during wartime, full-scale invasion actually, to be resilient. And this is about banking sector, which actually works sometimes better than in European countries as well. So when we talk about this again, this is about how to reform, and reforms are needed. And this is kind of just for Ukraine in common agricultural policy. This will be additional push just to reform it. Because we have to just understand that common agricultural policy in European Union, it's all not only about agriculture, but it's also about social policy, because it's about helping small family farms, etc. But then we hear from European Union, and especially from IMF, that we have to actually separate budgets for welfare and for the state aid, for example, and that's something that European Union has to do as well. When we talk about business of European Union, we have still a country of 30 million people. This is a large market. If this market is market of prosperity people, so these people have good knowledge already, we have approved the law on vocational education training, which foresees better education for vocational education training and for adults. Therefore, we will have really good labor market in Ukraine. And as a result, it's actually will be paid like higher wages. This is better welfare. And therefore, companies from European Union will have a market here. And this is already another benefit for those companies. When we talk about recovery and reconstruction after the war, I'm sure that if we have strong security guarantees, and here we have this link, strong security guarantees are needed for Ukraine to have good investment climate in Ukraine, and better development and better enterprises and companies actually possibilities for Ukraine. So if we have security guarantees, investments will come here, we will have recovery that we are talking about, and what from meetings with the people from European Union, I know that sometimes they are more eager to talk about recovery, not about resilience or defense, etc. So when we talk about recovery, we will have a market we will be open for architects, for engineers, and others, because we don't have enough of these people. And therefore, European people with great creative ideas in architecture, in engineering, etc., will have a possibility just to be creative here, to move to Ukraine. Actually, they will, I'm sure, and actually start this recovery and reconstruction. we will have many challenges after the war. But again, we know how to do reforms. We know how to be adaptive. We know how to remain competitive even during wartime. And that's something that will strengthen the European Union when we become member.
Thank you, Alexandra. So I see in the audience that you mostly convince people, but let's see if the EU is ready to open the first cluster and then move much faster. So let's move from economy to energy, because after the full-scale war, Ukraine is also a great source of energy resilience, because one of Russian goals, and for this, what benefits, what else could Ukraine bring to the EU in this sector of energy, which is also very competitive? And I remember the great move when Ukraine joined the ENSOE just before the full-scale war started. And this integration was really very helpful us after the full-scale war, and it's also a part of our resilience. So Roman Nitsovich, I know the Dixie Group is one of the key advocates in energy sector reform, but always we try to bring some best practices from the EU, modernizing our energy sector. But maybe this is the time when EU should learn from Ukraine.
Thank you for this question. I will start with telling why it is increasingly complicated to advocate. Ambassador Maternova in the first session referred to EU as a space of prosperity and security. And I written it down because it seems that EU citizens do not perceive EU longer as a space of prosperity and security, since it is constantly challenged. And that is reflected also in the mentioned Eurobarometer survey. If you dig deeper, there are also questions about particular concerns, which are rooted in security questions, in the questions related to economy. So beyond classical issues of migration, corruption, organized crime, and the cost to European taxpayers, we have vulnerability to security challenges, negative impact on employment, increased economic and financial disparities as key concerns. But also the key benefits are actually mirrored in a way that enlargement would bring larger market, more opportunities and labor for EU businesses, more solidarity between countries, and stronger EU influence in the world. So actually, in a way to advocate for sectoral benefits, we need to navigate in a complex political landscape when the right-wing Eurosceptic political forces are prevailing. And we've seen that Euro-optimistic forces have won by a very narrow margin in Moldova and Romania, and in some countries they lost to more Eurosceptic forces, like in Czech Republic. So again, it's not only the Russian propaganda, but it's the very circumstances, of changing political landscape when people tend to vote for more nationalist, more national-centered, not Brussels-centered forces. It's not only Russian propaganda, I would argue. And of course, the textbook example is how Viktor Orban, uses this anti-Ukrainian sentiment, with kind of this quasi-referendum, or what was it called, plebiscite or something like this, public opinion poll that he used, to also to mobilize his supporters. And I think, in the future it will be more complicated. As for energy, again, I would argue that the first strategy would be fact-based, transparency. I can bring the example of energy prices impact. So back in September 2024, the Greek Prime Minister wrote a letter to Ursula von der Leyen claiming that the August electricity prices increase, which grow from 60 to 130 euro per megawatt hour, were caused primarily by increased imports from Ukraine. Although there were other factors like weather, like availability of generating capacity, but again, he claimed that this increased price vulnerability is due to Ukraine's imports. And later on, my fellow colleagues from the Green Deal Ukraine think tank have run modeling and actually proved that Greek Prime Minister was wrong, because actually the increased imports by Ukraine in summer 2024, which were record imports to date, resulted only in a very modest price increase, starting from just 1% in Poland and finishing by 11% in Slovakia. So again, we can counter these arguments by transparency, by evidence-based information. So the actual price situation in electricity market was not primarily caused by increased Ukrainian imports. And we need also to look into the root causes, because it was because of the destruction of generating capacity in spring of 2024 with the massive Russian attacks, which resulted in the deficit in the Ukrainian market and incentivized imports. A second strategy would be, of course, as Alexander mentioned, that it's not a charity, it's a mutual economic benefit. So in 2024, the electricity imports amounted to 670 million euros, which is, of course, not much, but still huge numbers. And these are the revenues of producers in the EU member states. The same applies to producers of fuel. The Russian destroyed our oil refining, so we have to import almost every type of fuel, diesel, petroleum, jet fuel from the neighboring markets. And this is also a mutually beneficial work. And in the future, Ukraine will be a great market for new construction, for renewables, for gas-fired generation, so for projects in energy efficiency. So currently it is financed by donor money, but after the war it will be increasingly interest of private sector. So I think that those two strategies, transparency and data, and second strategy is demonstrating win-win opportunities is the way to go for advocacy and countering all this all this misinformation campaigns, which are fueled by Russian propaganda, but also have some objective grounds.
Thank you, Roman. So now I would like to ask Anastasia Pochumban, representing Germany here. I just returned from Gotland, Visby conference, security event, where one German representative told to all the participants that EU must defeat Russia. Quickly, better. The quickly, the better. So this was for the whole audience, including 7 so-called good Russians representatives, which are against confiscation of Russian sovereign assets, against deep strike. So we had hot debates with them. But anyway, this was the first time I heard EU must defeat Russia. So in this case, it's really, we see some optimism and positive changes of the position on confiscation of Russian sovereign assets, and German leading efforts in the coalition of willing. And also, I think this is important that your leadership now more in favor of giving more support, and I hope this will be the strategy of defeating Russia, not as with the previous US administration and previous chancellor, as long as it takes. So in this regard, what are the arguments that you need to hear from us or from Ukrainian officials that will be more convincing, not just your leadership, but your society, knowing that some of the parties with pro-Russian narratives using Russian propaganda try to not dominate, but to shape the public narratives, which is really very risky, and parties like Alternative for Deutschland growing in their popularity. So in this case, what are our homework to equip you with the right facts, arguments that German society is supporting the leadership in defeating Russia, not just helping Ukraine?
Thank you very much, Hannah, for introduction and also for the points you mentioned. I think first I'd also take maybe a step back, and I mean, as it was mentioned earlier, we see in the Eurobarometer that 56% of EU citizens support further enlargement, and while I mean it looks like a workable majority, we also see at the same time that 67% of Europeans do not feel informed about the enlargement. So I would also go back to this issue, understanding what enlargement is. And unfortunately, in Germany, this is as well the case. So we see, I think the main obstacle for enlargement is not only active opposition that is there, but it's lack of understanding and ambiguity which exists around the process. I think what was also mentioned earlier in the panel, I don't think, unfortunately, we see a vision on how an enlarged union will look like. And for now, also, Germany is not leading for this vision. So for me, I see this as one of the first main obstacles. And therefore, when citizens lack information, their opinions are shaped very much by anxiety and fears. I think we can see this being played also, as you mentioned, by parties such as AfD and BSV. So it's rather than using analysis, there is an open space for disinformation and false narratives. And we can see this by the also answers in the survey, where people fear migration, corruption in candidate countries, and financial costs. This very much, while these are not irrational concerns, they are largely unaddressed as well, and they are being further emphasized and instrumentalized in the national elections. So I think this very much resonates with fears on what happens on the national level and how people vote. And as I said, like in Germany, where I'm based, the support is below the EU average, and it's 52% for the EU accession, with over than 70% of respondents saying they do not feel informed about the EU enlargement. And unfortunately, I have to say that's also not an issue of public debate. We don't read about it in the daily news about what will happen. We read about the war, but not what the enlargement means and how the reformed union will look like. So I think for what I take out also from this survey is that enlargement is not so much rejected by the population, but it's rather unconvincing when people feel uninformed about the topic. And I think, like, I would argue for 3 points what we need to do perhaps. So I think we need to shift the narrative from normative to strategic. I mean, we long presented this enlargement as a moral obligation, and also for rewarding democratic commitment, and Ukraine for defending our democracy and fighting Russia's invasion. But I also think, which remains valid, but I also think we need to appeal more to practical arguments to citizens, and also before we have to shape the narratives, before Russia shapes them. You know, I don't think debunking disinformation is enough nowadays. I think we have to come with a positive agenda and also present, like what my colleagues as well mentioned previously, security, energy resilience, digitalization, and economic competitiveness that the candidate countries should offer. And I think first is the fact that enlargement is a geopolitical imperative, it's not a gesture, and it's a matter of the EU credibility to be a geopolitical and global actor. I think this also comes a lot in the Eurobarometer, that EU is important and the enlargement can help this credibility. And the cost of inaction, instability, hybrid interference, and dependency is, I think, higher than the cost of enlargement, actually. And then I think the second point, and it's also what my colleagues previously mentioned, that it's not a charity and it's not about taking in corrupt or weak states. I think that we should shift this idea. This has maybe been the case 10, 15 years ago, but it's more focusing about anchoring reforms. We could see that EU conditionality has produced rule of law and anti-corruption reforms in candidate states at a very high pace. And I think we should always talk in comparison of how it was before and how quickly could these countries adopt the reforms. What I think Germany lacks, and Ukraine and Moldova has shown, is the ability to adjust institutions and to be flexible. I think maybe this is also due to the fact that we do not have very strong institutions, but on the other hand, this also allows to certain flexibility and reaction and agility in the current context. And I think this is something we can also learn from in Germany. And the message should not be we will help the countries reform, but this reform strengthens EU resilience and stabilize institutions and markets outside our borders. And I think a third argument is also something I've been working on as well, is the hybrid vulnerabilities. And the stalled enlargement process increases these vulnerabilities and leads to further EU divisions. We can see that when enlargement process is frozen or uncredible, the information space fills with hostile narratives, and Russia is first to come in. I mean, we've witnessed Moldovan elections where Russia has paid a lot to influence these elections, as well as Romanian elections. And one of the narratives is also questioning EU credibility and the EU support for Ukraine. So I think as long as there is hesitation and the ability to leave the gray zones, this invites interference from Russia, which is very much ready to step in. And what Russia is doing in its main messages is using existing grievances and further amplifying it. Therefore, I think we have to position solutions to fear, not to source of them. And I think we should be responding to the fears that are there, such as migration, corruption, and financial costs, but coming with, as I mentioned already, with a positive narrative and a vision. For instance, that enlargement actually regulates mobility rather than bringing migration and leaving it to informal flows. The same way enlargement exports anti-corruption standards via accession conditionality. And with financial cost, I think this has been already calculated that the cost of instability exceeds the cost of integration. So to sum up, I think what we need is a clear vision of how this enlargement looks like, and this vision has to be communicated to the audiences. And I think it also has to be understood by the population what enlargement means. Where it will bear some cost, this cost will come in any case. I think we are beyond the step where we can continue living as usually, including in Germany. And I think spreading and cultivating this narrative is now key. And here I think I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. And let Yana Kobzova, a representative from the European Council on Foreign Relations, to continue this discussion. I have several questions to Yana, and I'm thinking how to package in one, because the global competition and between big states are in tension period, and in this regard, the implications of Russian aggression against Ukraine, which is Russia committing genocide. It's a war in Europe. And many European politicians, members of European Parliament, saying that EU enlargement and Ukraine membership doesn't relate to when the war ends. There are some statements like this, but in this case, observing, Yana, you know of Ukrainian profile in Ukraine for more than decades, of actually observing situation, the show in Washington, D.C. Last week, and all this Budapest summit and others. So it's also about the EU agency as a geopolitical player, because the coalition of willing states and all these traps that Russian so-called diplomacy, it's a continuation of war, but by other means. So how do you see, because in this enlargement process, previously we had US supporting EU enlargement. Now we have Trump America, which is distancing from the EU, I would say like this, United States as a credible partner. The credibility of the US is also the question for now. So how do you see the connections between the development of how to end the war, EU enlargement, the agency, and all this global geopolitical competition? Because what we see that Russia, with their statement that they want to build Euro-Asian empire, where they do see Europe in the sphere of influence of Grand Eurasia, China with their economic expansionism, and Trumpist America. So how EU should maneuver, survive, or become stronger, having Ukraine not on the European civilization side, because which is clear, but as a full-fledged member?
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. I was thinking, we're discussing how to do advocacy here, but I think you should be the one speaking, not asking the questions. You've done a lot of advocacy for this country and for its defense, and I want to thank you for this. It's a pleasure to be here. I think I was actually thinking as I was listening to my previous speakers that it's very dangerous to disconnect the war and the enlargement. If you lose the war, there is no enlargement. So in a way, it's the first time in history when your army is one of your single most important instruments of enlargement. And I want to pay respect to the defense forces of Ukraine, the servicemen and servicewomen who are doing that, and not just defending the country, but also bringing the possibility of joining the EU as soon as possible, a bit closer. And I think it's important not to kind of disconnect the two discussions, because we can talk as much as we want about the technocratic norms and procedures and accession chapters, but none of that has any relevance if Ukraine loses the war. And I think in that way, the enlargement process is very unique when it comes to Ukraine. We've never had that situation before. And that needs and requires a lot of adjustment on the European Union side as well, which frankly, I mean, I couldn't listen all of what was said at the first panel, but I think EU and representatives of the EU here in Ukraine and in Brussels understand that, the whole talk about creative solutions is partly an acknowledgement of this uniqueness of the situation. I think, rather than giving advice, I would give a couple of more observations and the context. One is what you said, it's war. Second, it's a very, I'm going to be diplomatic, evolving role of the United States in Europe. It's not just United States has been the biggest and most important supporter of European enlargement outside of the EU itself, both when it comes to funding, pressure for reforms, and you are feeling the impact of that changes already on your organizational budgets. We're feeling that when it comes to coordinating of political communication towards the authorities in accession countries, to what extent do we communicate the same objectives when it comes to reforms? And that is something that is changing, and that is something that's going to impact the weight of what, whether we like it or not, even the EU is saying to these governments. And that is a new thing. Now, and I think as a result of that, in a way, it's now that the European Union is having a belated reckoning of what it means to accept Ukraine. We have given that promise in June 2022, but it's now we're kind of finally realizing what it means in practice, doing it as us, not with the United States, sometimes despite the United States, and doing it in a very difficult geopolitical environment, because as you said, I mean, some in the US see the EU not as a partner, but as a problem that needs to be somehow solved. I think but I think that the good thing is that the European Union and Ukraine has an agency here. I think the one more thing that I want to say about the context of the enlargement, and you're talking about public perceptions. I originally come from Slovakia, which is a neighbor of Ukraine. Even for a neighbor, Ukraine was almost an invisible country until 2022. Some people have noticed the revolution of dignity. Everybody noticed the war, the full-scale invasion, of course. But in public perception, in many of the European publics, Ukraine is a country of upheavals, which is very good and that inspired a lot of support and solidarity. But it's quite different if you have a discussion about, do we want this country in? It's very different. And I think this is something that a lot of the opponents of enlargement are going to work with and are going to work with very actively and abuse it against Ukraine. So that's on perceptions. And the other point I want to say, there is going to be, for all sorts of very good reasons, there is going to be a continued emphasis on rule of law. Not just on the accession chapters and fundamentals. But I think, if you want to sell the enlargement to broader publics, not to decision makers in Brussels, not to me, if you want to sell that to businesses, if you want to sell that as something that is a good thing for the citizens, fundamentally, rule of law anywhere is a service that is provided by state. It's a service that my state guarantees that my rights are going to be respected and protected by a court. And an assurance that any court in Ukraine, the decision of that court is going to be as valid here as it is in the Netherlands or Spain. And that's a guarantee that businesses need to come here. That's a guarantee that people will want to come here and work. And that is something which is going to be always repeated and always watched because, coming from Slovakia, there are countries inside the European Union that have had a problem with that. To put it mildly, we have had a perfect anti-corruption architecture which resembles the one that Ukraine has built. It was partly inspired by the architecture in Slovakia. That architecture no longer exists. There is no NABU anymore. There is no special prosecutor's office in Slovakia. And those are things that will always be reminded. Now, Ukraine has done a lot, but this is the one thing that will always be present and will always be used by the opponents to argue that Ukraine is not ready. Not to mention that Russian disinformation is always perfectly able to blow this out of proportion despite all the reforms we have done already. I think when it comes to sectors, we have heard a lot about what Ukraine can bring. And we can go back to all the numbers through every single enlargement wave. You always have a net GDP gain, right? It's always net positive for every country. It's always a net positive. The secret is that people are not numbers. You will always have losers in different countries who have lost because Slovakia entered the European Union, who have lost because Bulgaria entered the European Union. We had a cheaper labor force. The French decided to produce some of their cars in Slovakia and not in France. I think there are still people in France who believe that this was not a good decision. So, talking about benefits, I think it's very important to start talking to the groups that are going to be affected. It's great Ukraine has a great agriculture, but your advantages are a threat to a number of different stakeholders inside the European Union. And the sooner you engage them, and the sooner, besides saying we're great, saying, how can we help you manage this? How can we help with the transition? How do we do this together? Of course, with the support of the European Commission and different governments. And of course, it's the responsibility of the national governments themselves as well. If we're promoting and we believe Ukraine should be in the European Union, we need to do our homework of preparing to that as well, our institutions, our businesses, our sectors. And that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about this belated reckoning. It's one thing to be supporting it. The other one is kind of starting to really prepare for it domestically and having the dialogue with people, businesses and stakeholders who are going to be affected. And some of them will oppose it. Somebody was mentioning the populists. Populism thrives on fear. You address those fears. The way you address fears is not to say it's not going to happen. The way you address it, it might happen, and this is what you do if it happens. This is the mitigation strategy. And I think, thinking about that is something that, of course, first and foremost, the EU countries themselves have to do, but kind of looking for these win-win solutions, as somebody mentioned before, is going to be very important. And I wanted to end on I was looking at things that, of course, Ukraine has added value and can bring win-win solutions to the European Union. And in a way, I was going through digitalization, innovation, industrial capacity, ability to search things. And I'm thinking, you guys can help us deliver on the Draghi report. But it's we have all these boxes we need to tick when it comes to speed of innovation, ability to search production. Help us think through how that's going to happen, rather than being a problem
that you're often presented as, you know, a burden on economic budgets, agriculture, like how do we deliver on Draghi report together? That's something that we all need. And that kind of, it's a different way of talking about the geopolitical necessity. It's all important, but if I'm a small farmer, do I care more about geopolitical standing of Europe, or do I care about the fact that I may lose my industry because the Ukrainians are able to produce on a cheaper basis, on a better quality food? So I think kind of talking about how do we make this together and having the dialogue, real dialogue, and looking for the solutions is one way of doing it. But I'm not saying it's going to be easy.
Thank you, Jana. So Ukrainians need now to help EU to implement the Draghi report. And now we go to Natalia Andrusevich. From a complicated geopolitical environment, we are moving to environment protection and what Ukraine could learn and teach the EU, and actually how to mitigate some of the risks. And Natalia, after the full-scale war, Russia started its genocidal period of the aggression, which also include the ecocide. And many environmental organizations in Ukraine are documenting the damages to the environment. And this is one. From the one hand, from another, we are also implementing important environmental legislation. Of course, it's not enough, the speed of some of the legislation stuck in the parliament. But still, how do you, by your visits to Brussels and other European capitals, what are your arguments in advocating this sectoral benefits?
Thank you, Hanna. Thank you for your questions, and thanks organizers for including environmental issues into this panel for discussion, because you know, environmental and climate change chapter in the negotiation process is very big and difficult to implement. So we have a lot to do here, our homework, and we do this. Our homework, good or bad, it's another question. But also cooperating with our colleagues from the European Union, we also see the gap in information among them about the environmental issues in Ukraine, how we make some progress in adopting our legislation and policies and implementing. So that's why our think tank included this component into our activity. And we have like one core message we deliver to our partners, which is together we are better, greener, more resilient and sustainable. So, but it's not enough just to have like nice messages, but we also understood this, and we made some research using data, statistics, etc., and prepared like a nice report with figures where we can benefit the environment and environmental problems resolving in the European Union. So what benefits we communicate? First of all, we use like different approaches what can we communicate. So the first one is to find something which is common for Ukraine and the European Union. Ukraine already shares many EU strategic goals in the areas like climate change, sustainable transport, digitalization, agriculture, and also demonstrate some achievements in these fields. And a very nice example here is European Green Deal and its goal to reach climate neutrality in Europe by 2050, and Ukraine has the same goal. So it's very good example to show that we share like common goals and have the same task in our EU member states and Ukraine. Also, Ukrainian people and EU citizens share common environmental values. According to public opinion polls, Eurobarometer and Ukrainian public opinion polls, environment protection is equally important for EU citizens and Ukrainian people. It's near 93 in the EU, and 94% of people think that environmental protection is very important for them personally, and it testifies to a common value space and integration of European people into European community. The second approach we use is to communicate the benefits which Ukraine can bring to the European Union. Ukraine accession means enhancing EU capacity to achieve the green goals, like opening new markets for green goods and services, investments, also through getting access to resources such as lithium, hydrogen, biodiversity, forests, soils, and also qualified labor. So this is important, so Ukraine will boost a green transition in the European Union. And also here example in the field of climate change. So Ukraine will reinforce the EU in achieving its strategic goal of climate neutral Europe by 2050, because Ukraine has reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 33% compared to 1990, which is higher than EU interim goal for 2030. And the third approach is to communicate like nature protection values, because for Europeans, environmental issues are very important, especially in some countries, and they believe that unique ecosystems of Ukraine will add to biodiversity of the European Union. So they will have like more protected areas, more species, and it's also very nice to communicate because it's like Instagram communication with nice pictures of bears, of lynx, and wolves, and different birds. So it's very nice to communicate and to show Europeans our biodiversity and ecosystems. So for sure, it's not so easy to communicate for us, to regular people, but we can use our cooperation with our EU partners, which also work in the field of environmental protection. So how do we engage with EU colleagues? So first, we learn them. So we regularly engage with EU environmental groups and follow their discussions, their agenda, to understand their views and priorities. In order, we also can easily jump into discussion at the political agenda in the field of environmental protection at the EU level. And for example, now we just recently launched a survey to understand the attitudes of environmental NGOs in the EU towards Ukraine accession. So we will have our results, I think, till a new year, and we will share this result. Hope they will be interesting. So what else? We communicate the benefits. So we invest into research to identify key benefits for the EU, and also communicate them during some events in Brussels or online. And for example, this year during the EU Green Week, we help our Ministry of Environment to organize 3 events in Brussels dedicated to environmental protection, to waste of war, and also a future EU accession. Also, we cooperate with them. Our think tank is a member of two large environmental associations group in the European Union. First, European Environmental Bureau, and second, Justice and Environment Association. And so it's helped us to understand their agenda and also provide information about Ukraine. And also this help us to forward our clear messages and to have statements from these organizations on Russian aggression against Ukraine. So it's also very important to have this support on this topic. Also, we talk to them about efforts and steps Ukraine is making. We share success stories, what we do, how we accept our legislation and policies. Also, we communicate about challenges, but it's very important to give them this information, because maybe you remember the situation with ratification of Netherlands of the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement, where the core issue for people from Netherlands were the animal welfare in Ukraine. So the status of this issue in Ukraine, and they didn't know nothing about this. So maybe it's better like to communicate before the accession. And for sure there is more to do. We can also find these benefits not only at the EU level, but maybe also like country to country, to use country to country approach. Maybe it's more efficient as well, for example, for Ukraine and Poland, for Ukraine and Slovakia, and for Ukraine and Germany, etc. So it also can help. So a lot of work.
Yes, thank you, Natalia. So I saw the letter submitted by many civil society organizations in Ukraine, that actually it will be much more helpful that we have three ministries: Ministry of Environment Protection, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Economy, but not just one vice prime minister, because the EU integration and implementation of all clusters requires a lot of energy, people, dedication, and what was done within recent government reset, like all key important sectors were united in one. So this is not, I think, very helpful from the perspective of implementing the commitments from the EU. So, colleagues, we have 15 minutes left before the lunch, and when Natalia was talking about the nature protection in the EU, I always thinking, why environmentalists in the Danish Strait or in the Baltic Sea are not protecting the sea from the old vessels from so-called shadow fleet with the oil tankers? So it's so easy. So this is, I think, the best way to demonstrate how you do care about the Baltic Sea area, because there were many ecological incidents with polluting the and creating danger for the Baltic Sea area. So maybe Ukrainian activists should encourage some of the environmentalist group in the Nordic countries, because this is definitely from sanction policy moving to total economic isolation of Russia and the full blockade of the trade in Baltic Sea with the blockade of the vessels in the Danish Strait. It's in the interest of nature protection. So, but now I'm opening the Q&A session. So I already see 3 hands. So Dmytro Shulha from the Renaissance Foundation.
Thank you very much. Discussing Ukraine in the EU from economic point of view, I think first of all we need to start, not only economic, we need to start from the thesis that Ukraine is not scary for Europeans. And I mean, we have heard already in this session and the previous session as well that Ukraine is a great, large agricultural producer, and that's a problem. for Europeans. My question is, what do you think? I mean, if we rank European countries and Ukraine as, in terms of agriculture, total agricultural export, where Ukraine is? Number 1, number 2, number 3, number what? Who knows the answer? What? Sorry? Sorry? Number 8. We have our total agrarian export is something like 22 billion annually. Number 1 in Europe, do you know who? Netherlands. Undisputable leader. More than 120, more than 6 times more than Ukraine. Then we have basically in the European Union 4 countries who have more or less like 70 plus billion. France, Italy, Germany, Spain. Then we have Poland, 54 billion, if I'm not mistaken, so twice as more than twice as Ukraine. We are talking about fears of Polish farmers from Ukrainian competitors, right? Interesting. Belgium, actually Belgium is 60. Small Belgium. Ukraine is big country, but it doesn't mean that Ukraine is a big competitor for even for some small developed countries. Ukraine is not number 8, would be. By the way, until recently, number 8 was UK. UK total agrarian export is 28 billion. So basically, Ukraine is out, UK out, Ukraine in, no problem. Basically, we restore the balance of the European market. I'm a bit kind of joking here, but basically we need to, I think, when we talk about economies of scale and all those business opportunities, which are there, definitely, and caring for, even for such things like green transition, it's, of course, it resonates with business people. It might resonate with those business-oriented business people, opportunity-oriented, with some politicians, with some civil societies, but with those people who are kind of caring about securing their stake in the market, like farmers. For Italian farmers, no problem at all. I think we need to communicate to them not the kind of big opportunities of, well, maybe there's opportunity for them to sell the Ukrainian market as well, but basically there is no real competition for Italian farmers from Ukraine. Because Italian farmers produce, first of all, wine, sorry, with all respect to Ukrainian wines, cheese, again, olive oil, well, pasta, sorry. So, I mean, we are not really competitors to Italian farmers at all. So I think we need to explain to those people, I mean, if we are talking about constituencies who are like those scary, might be like really doubtful, not really supportive, it's not those who kind of can maybe by this strategic thinking or big economic modeling, but rather those simple messages which basically Ukraine is not scary. First of all, for you, Ukraine is not really scary. And even if there are some things, first of all, we can cooperate, we can manage, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dmytro. So now I see who could go to the European member states and explain with an art. Please, introduce yourself. Yeah. No, Mattia, just after the lady.
Thank you. Susan Stewart, German Institute for International and Security Affairs, or SVP, in Berlin. Actually, I want to continue the agricultural theme, even though I think that there are very many interesting and important topics that were raised. But because it already came up, sort of the question of these different layers and different levels, with Alexandra first talking about this global level and Ukraine as a contributor to making the EU more competitive on global markets. And then Jana coming in with the question of these national levels, I mean, also below the national level, sort of small farmer. And then there's the question of the national governments, because as you said rightly, the EU, Ukraine would push the EU to reform in this area, but actually there are a number of member states who don't want to reform. I think that they are trying to avoid reforming, and they like it the way it is. So I don't know about kind of making it less scary. I mean, I see the argument, but on the other hand, my hope would be that once Ukraine is past the war and in the middle of recovery, that actually the agricultural production will increase, and maybe the sort of this positive narrative will kick in more. But so I'm just wondering, how do we reconcile these levels, and I mean, this is something for all of us to think about, not just that Ukraine has to explain, but sort of what are the arguments on these lower levels about why it's good to reform. I mean, the CAP has been reformed over time, and also why sort of these small farmers should be in some way reassured. I mean, is the EU going to reassure them? Are there going to be transition periods that have certain types of elements? So how can we kind of go more in depth regarding this agricultural issue? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mattia Nels.
Thank you. Mattia Nellis, German-Ukraine Bureau, and as the topics were already raised, agriculture, I would just say that next year's forum we should have a more in-depth discussion on agriculture, but I wanted to connect to that as well and say, in Germany, Dimitro, the farmers' lobbyists are very loud, and despite them maybe not being strictly affected by Ukraine's EU accession, they're deadly opposed. They're really, you can have, with some of them, you can already have arguments. This is where I wanted to get at, that Ukraine, we need to come up with not just the benefits of sectoral benefits on the macro level, but really come down with understanding of the costs. And that regards the, not just the macro cost, Dimitri, but also the common agricultural policies, the zero-sum game viewed by the German farmers industry. Mm-hmm. So we need to have very specific proposals and understanding of what does it actually mean if Ukraine were to join, with what level of subsidies would you go in, and also what effects would it have on, say, the Polish agricultural sector, say in eastern Poland. We need to have very specific and data to go into this discussion. And this is where I wanted to say that Ukraine has to face this battle with friends. We are trying to advocate for Ukraine in Germany, and we see that the geopolitical momentum is waning, and a lot of interest groups are saying, yeah, but what's in it for us? So we need, as friends of Ukraine, as Ukrainians, we need to engage these sub-state actors, and this is Jana's argument, very much and very early, because we see now Montenegro being close to the finishing line, and in France, I would reckon, I'm not a French, but they would not pass the referendum. And I would see the same thing with Ukraine if we don't view the possible opponents and the current opponents early on, their position will be hardened. So that's more of a plea to engage in sectoral analysis and sub-state actor involvement from now on. And beyond security, and agriculture is one of the hardest sticking points, but it doesn't relate only to agriculture. So we need to put our heads together and think about how do we approach them beyond just the common agricultural policy. But in Germany, which is this my last point, is one of the friends, or maybe more indifferent, the society. If you look at the polling, there are a lot of people who don't want Ukraine in the Union, and we have to face them together. Otherwise, we will get to a point 3, 4, 5 years from now where we will have difficult battles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mattia. Who else would like to ask a question? Final chance. So no more questions. So the answers are coming. Let's start from Alexandra.
Yeah, I probably will start. First, I appreciate what Dmitro was saying, because that's what I wanted to raise for after Jana's contribution, is that Ukraine is a threat to some part of farmers. I mean, like, for example, on grain market, but not for cheese, wine, etc. And we have to segment this kind of discussions actually by country and by type of farms. This is the one point. Another point, what is important, is that I like what you said just now. We have to do it together. Ukraine will not pursue anybody in European Union, your business, or anybody that we are not a threat on something. We have to work on this together and messaging as well. Evidence-based, as Roman said, is really important. We have to talk about cost, definitely, not about only benefits, because everybody understands, I mean, like, that we have Pareto improvement situations, but it's kind of, we have to work hard, I mean, like, for this Pareto improvement situation. Otherwise, we have these difficulties and somebody is losing. And again, common agricultural policy, and I understand kind of the point that those countries and those farmers or those companies which benefit from common agricultural policy, that I mean, like they never would like to reform, and they never would like to have Ukraine participating. And they take into account that we still have on grain market, for example, we are export #1 sometimes in the world. I mean, especially when we talk about corn, not about I mean, like agricultural in full capacity. Again, our companies in the agricultural sector, they are ready also to move to processing, but then they will become actually competitive to other markets. And this is a kind of also a threat, and that's what the European Commission actually agrees, and that's why we are sometimes in this kind of battle how to provide state aid to our companies, which is actually normal in European Union, and in Ukraine it's forbidden because of the law. I mean, like it's not working at the moment because of full-scale invasion, but we have to work through this, the state aid diplomacy as well, how to be kind of protective, but in the still remain in the directive of the European Union. We are not that creative now. European Union is more creative in this sphere. So I agree that we need better communication as well. And as it was mentioned in the first panel, enlargement is not only technical, but it's political. And Roman said really good I mean, like evidence from Greece when Ukraine was blamed for high prices, even though it wasn't the first reason. And we can remember the Polish case, when actually in autumn, Polish Minister of Agrarian Policy promised farmers that prices will be higher in spring. Prices were not higher in spring, so whom to blame? Ukrainians. What the end? Ban of our exports from, I mean, like our imports, I mean, like from their side. So, and this is kind of that, what will make kind of advocacy really difficult, because we will have this political narrative as well. It's easier just to, again, I mean, like blame some other countries. It's not only Ukraine who will become and kind of join in the European Union in something, in some failures, etc. Then I mean, like just to recognize that something was wrong in the policies. But also what I wanted just to add, so I mean, like evidence base is really be needed, and I hope that we will have kind of mutual analysis and mutual resources, and then mutual campaigns, I mean, like communication campaigns and advocacy. But what also I wanted to remember, Yana talked about corruption as well, and I think that Anastasia mentioned it as well. Roman said that transparency is important, and then transparency is really important, but transparency has two sides of the coin. Another side of the coin is the one we have high transparency in Ukraine, and we have really strong civil society, we have more investigations. We have kind of open, kind of really big number of investigation on corruption cases, etc. And this is something that to remember. None of European countries has all transactions of the government opened. In Ukraine, I can go to spending of UA. I see transactions from yesterday's, what was spent actually by all key spending units, except for those who are working in defense and security. So I can do it today. I can say, oh, it was paid to this entity, and then I can check, I mean, like what this entity stands for, and actually I can see final beneficiaries, and still most of the information is open, even though we complain that many was closed, but still we have in some areas more than other countries. And we have to just remember this. And also just to remember that corruption in Ukraine, it's everything what is called in European Union corruption, mismanagement, inefficiency, and other words. And this is something that we have to also kind of try to, this is as well for explaining for advocacy when we go to European Union and when we talk to some people who, and business as well, who is frightened by corruption. I don't say that corruption is not there. But again, corruption, I think it's kind of over-articulated in Ukraine. And I agree that law enforcement reform is the key currently for Ukraine, because we will need European business to come to Ukraine and to work here, and for this we really need law enforcement agencies.
Yana wanted to react.
Yeah, I think a couple of things. I take the facts, Dmitro, and I think we have the luxury of being in a community of people who are interested in facts. But I also think that enlargement operates in a very political and politicized environment, where perceptions matter. We just had an election across the pond in the US where a candidate basically persuaded the country that even though they have a bad cold, they actually have cancer, and he's the only one who's going to solve it. So what you're saying is absolutely true, but I think we're going to be facing a situation where it doesn't really matter. The perception is Ukraine is a problem because of its agriculture policy. And I think, and agriculture might. And I think the way we need to address it is acknowledge that and work with it. And I think the way you work with it is exactly kind of, looking for these creative solutions. And that are number of them. You talked about Ukraine's export, but the truth of the fact is that most of the exports went outside of the EU before the full-scale invasion. So the questions we should be having now and conversations we should be having now is, can we improve the logistics? Can we help you return to some of these markets? How do we make sure there are transition periods that allow us to adjust? What are the exemptions? What will Ukraine be able to do? What are the trade-offs? When the war stops, there's going to be an enormous demand for restoration and investment. Is that investment going to come on top of the EU budget for Ukraine? Is there going to be a trade-off? Will you get some of the restoration funds, but not all of the agricultural funds? What's the proportion? Those are the kind of discussions we need to be having, and we need to be having them sooner rather than later, because if we don't have that discussions, it will be used against Ukraine. And helping to come up with these ideas, talking to the affected communities, constituencies, and engaging in that political discussion, even though it's not true, even though it's not based on facts, is very important. Otherwise, you're ceding the ground to the populists who are going to be using all of that against you, even though it's not true.
Nice to see you. Yeah, I would also like just to quickly add, in terms of agriculture, we can see this is an issue not only for Ukraine, but it's also an issue inside the EU. Now that we have the new proposal for the multi-financial framework, we can see how much discussion there is around agriculture. And here as someone also mentions, we have industries that want to reform and the industries that don't want to reform. So there are the sectors that block it also inside the EU. And there are different farmers as well. So I also think we have to engage more, especially with those who push for reform and who work also on the modern approach and more on this bioagriculture approach, and to create already the links now between the Ukraine industry and the industries in the EU, where there is this willingness to cooperate, explaining what is at stake as well. And I think these are specifically the communities which are being instrumentalized. We saw a lot of protests in Germany just a few years ago. And while on the one hand you see these farmers coming on the 1 million tractors, you can see this industry is being used to, so more grievances and discords, but we also have people who are on our side. So I think we have to engage and explain, and not to be above that of engagement with people from the agriculture sector.
And Roman also wanted to comment.
We will be always someone who will be blamed, because we are those who pull you from the warm baths of comfort zone. Two examples. One example is defense spending, we will not achieve the 2% GDP defense spending, Americans will take care of everything, but then boom, and you now set the target of 5% and need to deal with your own security together with Ukrainians. Second is energy dependency. That's when I stopped being politically correct, because just a few years ago I had a not pleasant conversations with people from SVP, which is a government think tank, and government is formed by parties which are listening to industrial lobby. So when we are telling that Nord Stream 2 is a project which will increase dependency, 40% dependency of Russian gas is already a threat, we were told, well, it's mutually beneficial, they will never blackmail us. And then boom, 2022, blackmail, rocketing energy prices, and guess what? Over 100 billion euros spent on support schemes. So there is a cost of inaction. So when we are talking about enlargement arguments, then if we say, okay, let's do not care about Ukraine, then what is the cost of inaction? Would it not be more in the future if you do not solve the current problems right now? So when we are pulling you from the comfort zone, you should be thankful for that, because with this we have the chance to make Europe great again.
Roman, fantastic conclusion, because let's applaud No, this is what I also noticed, that from we are helping Ukraine to we are learning from Ukraine. I'm quoting now the European commissioners. We are learning from Ukraine how to make drones, how to prepare for the modern warfare. So we are learning from Ukraine. But I'm really agree on this, and even in defense sector. When EU pretends to become a defense union, we see now competition between companies like lobbyists of old type of weapons from the World War II, now trying to win the tenders because it's about money. But it's not about the EU competitiveness, EU capabilities to really confront Russia, China, North Korea, and other enemies of the European civilization. So I think this honest discussion about who is really needs to win the tenders, which companies and others, should be not like my company from France or from Italy or from Netherlands and others. It should be really extended, because the real EU enlargement means not just to see Ukraine as a member of family, but how to make EU and European civilization a real geopolitical player, when none of the EU leaders from Berlin or from Paris will not look at the White House and say, okay, if Trump bless this decision, then we will follow. No, we have to lead. So this is the question. With Ukraine, EU will lead. Without Ukraine, I think we'll all be in the problems. So thank you, our panelists. I think they deserve extra. And thank you, the organizers. And now I kindly invite you to continue our discussion during the lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. We are starting our next session, session number 3, Stronger Together, Ukraine, Accession Countries and Europe Security Interdependence. Well, it's understandable that we are talking about security of Europe together with the enlargement of Europe. We understand that it's not only Europe which is enlarging, it's also Russia which is trying to enlarge and using very different methods, instruments, and despite the political will or not will of the neighbors. So we are talking about very different enlargement from this perspective, from security perspective, from what we used to have until the very last enlargement of the European Union. So all previous enlargements of the European Union were taking place in a different security context. Now we are already in the 4th year of the full-scale war between Russia and Ukraine. And we are in the 1st year of Europe, seems like in the 1st year of Europe, starting to take seriously the idea that it needs to rearm, that it needs to be prepared for defense and for its own preparedness, for its own defense, not necessarily relying as it used to be until this year basically, not relying totally on the American umbrella. And this creates different questions. I mean, some of them are mentioned actually here in the description of this session. Questions about the role of Ukraine, the role of military industry production and cooperation, also actually the idea of transatlantic relations. Now, in future, financial instruments which can be used in Europe to strengthen its security, our common security, and basically the way forward for all of us to secure European security together. And questions are many. We are not able, of course, to answer all of them in a little bit more than 1 hour, but we will try at least to raise some points of discussion. And we have a really good, brilliant panel of experts from various countries, from various contexts, who would be speaking to us with their introductory speeches. And after that, we will be open for the discussion with the audience. I see in the audience quite a lot of knowledgeable people in the security domain, so I hope it will be very interesting discussion. So. First, I would ask Igor Dolgov, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, to take the floor and share with us your vision of basically what you would like to talk to in this as introductory speech to this extraordinary audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you granted me a liberty to speak at all, at the broader context. Okay, I will try to use this opportunity, and let me start with the title of this forum. It's Accession. What is the accession? Let me quote how EU reads the accession. Any European state that respects the values on which the EU is founded can apply for accession to the Union. Actually, 6 European values on the list. Simple. Respect for human rights, human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, human rights and the rights of persons belonging to minorities. Full stop. Any mentioning about security or defense industry or war. It's a terrible notion. Europe, 21st century and war. And when Hanna mentioned that EU task is to defeat Russia, it was not received warmly here in this audience. So EU delegated this mission to defeat Russia to Ukraine. What is the EU mission in that? So for EU, as I see it, it's a chance. It's a chance to become and to reaffirm itself as a global player. Because it wasn't. EU was established as a purely economic union. Founding father, one of them, Robert Schuman, and Schuman Plan, provided for economic union, but with the aim to avoid and to eliminate any possibility of war. So Europe enjoyed this situation until 2022, actually. And it was somebody always to think and to act in terms of security and defense. NATO, maybe, or you should remember an organization which is named Western European Union. Do you? It's already a history, but until 2011, if I'm not wrong, this union existed. And even more, Ukraine also had a kind of attempted to enter into contacts and relations with these organizations. So, war in Ukraine triggered many things, including transformation and transition of the European Union into the global player. And this is my vision. I was allowed to share my opinion, and I do it. So look at the history, not long history. Since, if I'm not wrong, 2010 or 12, EU leaders are always invited to G7 meetings. And sometime it was G8. And they participated like guests or observers, but not now, not anymore. EU now is a player like all other G7 members. What does it mean? It's EU not only elaborate decisions, but also adopt such decisions concerning, in particular, war in Ukraine, and take responsibility. What is essential? Responsibility. It's not only about giving money or trying to avoid conflicts on its territory, but also to think about future. Because we have to understand very clearly what's next. And next is the arms race, which is already in process. Next is the Cold War of the 21st century, its effect, which is not already here with us, but it will be the next task after the war ends. And what does it mean? It means, again, a confrontation, but this time between larger Europe and the Russian Federation, or remnants of this empire. So what is the interest of the EU? To project force and to demonstrate its ability to act, not only to react. Act means adopt decisions which are crucial for the future, because it's a lot of time and efforts have been invested to create a system of values, common values. That is what EU is about. But these common values need to be protected and defended. Otherwise, there will be no place for such values. Next question, which is very important. What is the West? Because before, in the 20th century, after the World War II, it was a competition between East and West. West. In terms of Russia, Putin and his politicians, it's a collective West. Where we are with this notion? Is it still includes the United States or Europe is alone now? Where is Turkey in this system? What about other countries in the process of accession? How soon they will be accessed? How soon EU could digest it? Because otherwise, if not, if they are not part of the wider Europe, they immediately will be tested by Russia. We know, we have our own experience. The history of independent Ukraine, it's a history of competition between West and Russia. All these years, we experienced different kinds of trade wars with Russia. Tuzla, it was a major test of independence. Then Yanukovych, 2010, it was a competition and war, to some extent, for Ukraine, not as a territory, not as a state, not as a group of population, but as a strategic notion and strategic entity to be incorporated in EU or in Russia. And now, after the Russian aggression, Ukraine is fighting for this future in the European Union. So every day, Ukrainian soldiers, Ukrainian armed forces, confirm, reconfirm, and repeat that we are fighting for Europe, we are fighting for European future of Ukraine. So there is no choice for EU to enlarge itself or not. If not, then these territories will be immediately occupied by Russians. Do you need it? If EU thinks in a global term, as a global player, then it's their core interest to be bigger, stronger, more competitive. Because other competitors are, well, China, United States, is a competitor or not now, after this trade deal. Not all of Europeans happy with that deal. Middle East, Far East, Latin America. To compete, you need, EU, need to have more resources and more power. Ukraine is a part of that power, not only in terms of military, because during the previous panel, which was supposed to discuss sectoral issues, speakers also referred to the global issues. It's a global game. And if Ukraine is a game changer, as it mentioned in some of your notes to this forum, then let's change rules of the game too. And EU regulations, all of them, it's not tablets of Moses. Don't forget that. They have been created and adopted by people. So people, again, can amend that, change that, according to new requirements. New situation in security, new situation in Europe and in globe. Because if not Europe, if not EU, then who? Who will protect European and democratic values? Who will have this banner and spread this ideology? Because this is something we can and we have to offer to other peoples. Russia and Moscow, they have nothing to offer. Just totalitarian attitude to its own citizens, as well as Russia's allies, North Korea or Iran or China. Same, not many things to offer, but we still have something to be attractive to others, to the rest of the globe. But to be even more attractive, we have to demonstrate our solidarity. As, by the way, right now, today, President Zelensky, together with European leaders, again took a position that next or possible peace talks could be started from the collision line, as it was stated in Washington recently. And another, well, not example, okay, EU, and as a member, as a part of G7, has also to act more actively within the G7 to bring the issue of Russian assets in Europe closer to be solved. Now, coming back to the understanding in Europe, what's going on. I have to admit that Europe, EU, was very quick, and decisions have been swift and very substantial. I mean, decisions which have been immediately taken to give Ukraine all means, possible means of support, starting from weapons, which was never done by the EU, starting from giving more financial resources to Ukraine, and also to give the possibility of Ukrainians, of Ukrainian people, to go to European states, and the EU accepted Ukrainian citizens. By the way, officially, the number of those Ukrainians who have been accepted by EU member states only is more than 4 million, 4.3 million. If we add to this number those Ukrainians who worked and lived in EU before the February 2022, you can easily calculate that almost 1% of the EU population are Ukrainians. They are already in the EU. They work in different countries. They invest in the future of the European Union, and they are our compatriots from Ukraine, building European future. And of course, there are many other things, but let me, final point maybe, I didn't touch upon white paper on European defense or rearm program or many other issues, but one thing is very important. After the election to the European Parliament, EU decided to establish a new position, Commissioner on Defense and Space. And Commissioner Kubilius recently stated that to have arms, it's not the major deal, but it's also important to have a political will to employ these arms. So it's up to Europe to, again, not only to produce, but to use arms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And with this, I will ask, we are a little bit changing the order of the panel of the speakers, so I would ask Ilazi now to share with us his perspective from Kosovo, from Western Balkans, also so far still outside of the EU, but on our common European security, present and future. Please.
Thank you, Dimitri, and thank you, colleagues, for having me. It's a real privilege to be here. When we talk about accession, we in Western Balkans say that the difference between the optimist and pessimist is that the pessimist is the experienced optimist in that discussion. But Ivan Krastev and Stephen Holmes have this very good book, I think, The Light That Failed. And they talk about why a European integration process or liberal democracy didn't take as stronger hold in Eastern Europe as once believed. But I think in that pessimistic outlook, if there is one country where this light is strong, that is Ukraine. And I want to join other colleagues who pay tribute and respect to armed forces of Ukraine for the war and for their fight in defending the entire continent. And if anything, us coming from Western Balkans can appreciate this a lot. So 3 things from me. First, Ukraine saved the Western Balkans. Before invasion, full-scale invasion started here, we were preparing for a conflict potentially in Bosnia with Russian support. Full-scale invasion from Russia of Ukraine saved Western Balkans, but also helped restore raison d'etre of the European Union, the very reason why this project existed. And here I would argue that Europe is right, a peace project. It sees itself as a peace project. Europe didn't win some prize for technocracy or governance, or it won a Nobel Peace Prize for keeping this region at peace. And I think, therefore, when we talk about accession process in Ukraine, we cannot reduce this to a technocracy. If some country somewhere has spent the last 4 years transposing acquis communautaire to their national legislation, this country has spent the last 4 years fighting and spilling blood to protect the very idea of Europe. And I would argue that outweighs this technocratic transformation in that country. So today, Ukraine, more than anyone else, I think, deserves to be and to have a seat at the European Union. Second point is that the most important front line in the war against Russia is in Ukraine, but Russia has other front lines in Europe, and we in Western Balkans are one of them. Russia has an intelligence and military center in a candidate country for EU membership, and there is no pressure whatsoever on this country to part ways with that center, unfortunately. If anything, what EU has learned from the Western Balkans in the 90s is that appeasement and complacency don't work. Remember, St. Malo in 98 was a product of EU's slow response to what was taking place in Western Balkans. Initial response actually to the developments in our region was, let's give you a few $billion to Milosevic and a potential fast process of being part of the European community at the time. Now, this is not a criticism to EU, right? But I think it is a criticism to this polarization in the EU, because EU institutions are quite supportive of our region, of Ukraine. There are many in EU, in Berlin, Paris, and elsewhere, in Warsaw, that are fundamentally and strongly supportive. However, this lack of cohesion in the EU, where you have other countries having different ideas, is quite detrimental to the bigger picture of European integration. And it's the terrible lesson that Europe and EU learned in the 90s in the Balkans. The worst mass killing of civilians after World War II is the genocide in Srebrenica. And so we thought we learned that lesson to prevent something like that, and we see that happening right now in Ukraine. My third point is that European integration process cannot be slower than Russian disinformation, because then we already are losing that process. And so we cannot bog down on politics. You know, EU needs to reform. They say we need to reform, right? But I think there are many ways how we can move forward to make sure we're sending the right messages to the people in terms of European integration. We in the region have looked at different options. We call it in Kosovo now compartmentalized integration or operational integration. There is no reason why Ukraine shouldn't be a member, or at least observer member, in European Defense Agency, for instance, or European Union Cybersecurity Agency. There is no reason whatsoever NATO cannot accredit a center of excellence in Kyiv. It is the country that all of us can benefit on. So that would be my 2 cents. Thank you, Dimitri.
Great. Now, moving to European Union, representatives of, well, not European Union member states, but kind of expert communities of the European Union member states. First, I would like to ask Nona to take the floor and share her perspective on the issues we are discussing, our joint issues.
Thank you, Dimitro. Let me also thank the organizers for especially Sergei, for inviting me to the conference. It's always a joy to return to Ukraine. Now, let me start what I think about common European security and defense policy and European security response to Ukraine by emphasizing three issues which I think are problematic in this policy. First of all, I think that the first problem is that Europe still, and especially, I mean, the southern part of Europe, considers the war as a bilateral confrontation between Ukraine and Russia. It doesn't, Russian aggression against Ukraine is not seen as an aggression against Europe, and I think it then determines not only the debates at the national level, also the measures and instruments in Europe's response to the war. So as a result, military industrial measures are treated as a temporary assistance, not as a structural part and integrative part of the European security architecture. The implications of Russia's prevailing or even achieving another frozen conflicts now, because now we speak about the ceasefire, but ceasefires, and we know that it is another frozen conflict at the edge of the Europe's border. Now it means continued Russian military zone in the Europe's neighborhood, which means that Russia is a long-term security challenge for Europe. So if Europe fails to understand that it's really Russia's war against Europe, then it risks to give only this kind of the temporary response to how to face the challenges, not only the war itself, but the challenges coming out of this war. Then the second point, I think, has something to do with misperception about Russia's strengths and weaknesses. The diffused idea also in the national debate is that Russia, that the war exposed somehow Russia's weaknesses. And if Russia did not manage to win against Ukraine in 4 years, it is not in position to challenge the NATO country or to threaten Europe, and this adds this is the reason which then explains also Europe's passivity in response to the war. And I think that it is a huge misperception because it's true that the war exposed Russia's weaknesses, but it is also true that Russia demonstrated the ability to adapt. The Russian economy is now a war economy, which permits Russia still to increase the military capabilities and military productions. And then the issue is that in order to threaten Europe, Russia does not need necessarily to invade the European countries with the tanks. It can perfectly threaten with drones, cyber attacks, pressuring energy or migration routes with disinformation. We have discussed it in the first panel. So if Europe assumes that Russia is too weak, then it is a dangerous assumption, and it risks to face yet another strategic surprise, similar to 2022, where the risk of Russian large-scale invasion was largely dismissed back then in European debate. The third point, and here we have to speak about the elephant in the room, which is Trump, and changing nature of the transatlantic relations. But I don't think that we can only limit this to Trump and his personality. What we are observing is a structural change in these relations and in the alliance itself, when Europeans should assume that security guarantee from the US is not an automatic position, or it comes not, it's not for granted. We cannot take anymore it for granted, which means that if the US steps back, Europe has to step forward. So we have to assume major responsibility for our own security, and also to take responsibility somehow to substitute the US when it comes to the support to Ukraine, because I think that this the US policy and its I mean, Trump made it clear that not even the NATO members are safe, in terms that it's not sure that real Baltic states or others will get US assistance if Russia decides one day to threaten Eastern Europe. So I think that for reinforcing the eastern flank of the NATO, Europe needs much more capabilities and cohesion in the defense policy. And my final point, and here comes the issue of how integrate Ukraine in all to this narrative, because I think that Ukraine and its capability to defend itself in a large-scale war with limited resources is an example from which Europe has to learn. So Ukraine cannot be treated merely as a security recipient, but as a security provider to Europe and to European defense. So I think that what is happening around us, and the 3 points I was mentioning, so the misperception from Europe side, on the one hand, that it is only kind of the bilateral wars, and misperception about Russian weaknesses, and then structural changes in the transatlantic alliance, I think cannot be treated separately. It's a kind of the more systemic change and challenge in European security architecture, which should kind of push Europe, first of all, to see Ukraine's support not as a help or temporarily assistant, but as a structural investment in its own security. It should prepare for long-term confrontation, whether we like it or not, with Russia, because I said how also the frozen conflict will challenge the security environment in Europe. And third and last point, to act collectively and not nationally when thinking about the EU's common security and defense policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Susan, please, floor is yours.
Great, thank you. I'm really happy to be back here again at this forum. And what I'm going to say is also maybe in some ways a good counterpoint to what Nona was just talking about. First of all, I want to go from the more general to the more specific, and start with telling you about a project that the SWP, together with the IRSEM in Paris, the Institute for Strategic Research in France, has been doing, looking at the future European security order. And basically we started with the premise that Ukraine's and Russia's visions of this order are fundamentally incompatible, and we look at how various European actors, so it's the EU, but also 12 different NATO states, most of which are also EU member states, but not all, how they deal with this incompatibility and how they see the upcoming European security architecture. And our conclusion, based on, we have a variety of authors from both institutes, but also from other institutes around Europe, looking at these various case studies. And the overall conclusion, this will appear probably in about 2 weeks on the SWP and the IRSEM websites, is that a critical mass of those countries that are actually either actively involved in reshaping the European security order or potential spoilers, so we tried to include those as well, that a critical mass sees Ukraine's place inside this order and Russia's outside. And that the idea of this order is not sort of to create something new institutionally, but to rely primarily on NATO and also on the EU. And the EU, I think it's perhaps surprisingly, perhaps not, considering all the actions that we've talked about today that the EU has taken, seen much more as a genuine security actor than it has been in previous years. So there's this reliance on NATO, but of course with a sort of emphasis on the European pillar in NATO, however that is to be defined. But also the strongly prevailing sentiment is to keep the US in as much as possible, with all the caveats that I think we've heard here, and all the uncertainty surrounding that. And of course, other formats, sort of minilateral ad hoc formats like the Coalition of the Willing, like the Nordic Baltic 8 or Weimar Plus are definitely in the picture, but still subordinated to this overall institutional architecture of NATO and the EU. And then, as I said, with the integration of Ukraine over time into both, as we are seeing. Now, there's no real guarantee, obviously, that this is going to happen, because we talked a lot about populism, about illiberalism and its growth, and how this could shift this set of preferences over time in the countries that we've looked at. But right now, the preference set is such that we are set on this track, which I think even a year ago actually was not necessarily the case, or would not have been kind of perceived as the case. So I think that this shows that this is now the preference set that is kind of anchored across, I would argue, a critical mass of countries. But I want to mention that since we're focusing here primarily on the EU and the accession process, this stronger role that the EU has been playing is clearly contested, in the sense that there's this kind of ongoing discussion about how many competences should Brussels have, how many should the member states retain, especially in the security and defense area. So even with the war, even with the Trump administration, still this overarching preference set that I mentioned doesn't prevent these ongoing power struggles within the EU that we are seeing. And that means, I think, raises two challenges for Ukraine in particular. One, that it needs to work on different tracks simultaneously, which is what is happening. So bilaterally with the various member states, and we've seen a lot of member states stepping up. I mean, perhaps first and foremost Denmark, but a variety of others. I think also more recently there's a lot of cooperation on the defense, in the defense field, also with Germany and with other member states. And then there's also these minilateral or these ad hoc formats that I mentioned, like the Coalition of the Willing. And then there's the Brussels level, which, as we have seen via SAFE and via other ways of involving Ukraine, has been very active. And I think it's important for Ukraine clearly to be active on all of these levels. But talking about the accession process, I think it's especially important to continue this on the Brussels level, but then you have to navigate these kind of power struggles that I mentioned. So I think it's an interesting kind of and difficult situation to be in, but one that offers a lot of opportunities because of the different levels. But the second challenge I want to mention is that I think a lot of times, I mean, we were talking a bit about gradual integration beforehand, and there's sort of this sense that Ukraine is now becoming integrated into the defense sector within Europe and within the EU, and I think that is the case. And I think that that's positive. What I would like to caution against, or what I see as a potential development, but maybe it's something to discuss, is that because Ukraine is now very attractive as a defense and security partner because of all the experience and expertise that it has and that it brings to the table, that we could end up with one of these kind of concentric circle type arrangements where Ukraine is then integrated in this area less than in other areas. And that's why I think what we were talking about before with the economic integration, even though it's more challenging and perhaps less obvious right now, is possibly equally important to pursue to make sure that Ukraine kind of gradually integrates in various sectors and various fields in order to make sure that the integration, when it fully happens, is indeed as full as possible and not sort of doesn't leave any arguments for those who believe that Ukraine is sort of useful as a security partner, but not necessarily in these other areas where, as we talked about with regard to agriculture, various problems are seen. So on the whole, I would say I see a more optimistic picture at the moment in terms of this preference set, but with a variety of challenges for obviously for the EU as well, but for Ukraine with regard to this defense and security integration. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Daniel.
Thank you, Dmytro. Good afternoon, everybody. Доброго дня, колеги. I will try to be pretty much quick. Few short points. The first one is that the European Union is not really a security player, and I really struggle to see it being one. The European Union is what we want it to be, and we don't want it to be the security player, at least for now. And there is no consensus in this respect. But why the European Union, the whole context of new discussion and security is important, because without proper security conditions, enlargement will not happen. Period. Don't treat the European Union, that would be my advice, as a silver bullet that would solve all of our problems. Even if you look at the latest interview by Chancellor Merz from Friday, if I'm not mistaken, for Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, what he says is that EU integration reaches boundaries, so now we have to look more into the bilateral cooperation, from his perspective, bilateral cooperation between Germany and especially its neighbors. So even now, the message that comes from Germany is that possibly we will try to look more into these more adaptable, more flexible formats of coalitions of the willing, call it whatever you want, but not necessarily 27 member states that do struggle to agree upon one single position. Now, of course, Trump is, I fully agree, Trump is a new feature, not a bug, and he's still moderate, I would say. I mean, judging per American standards and per MAGA standards, he is not isolationist. But J.D. Vance and the rest of the club, they are. Which means that maybe we are in a small transitional period between now and then when the full American isolationism strikes back. Now, of course, this creates several dilemmas. First one is, if this is really the case that the new security system is in the making, then do we want to have it now, or do we want to create it step by step? I mean, let's look at the Polish perspective. Pax Americana, Poland has been one of the biggest beneficiaries of the Pax Americana. So whatever you say about Poland, that's completely obvious that from the Polish perspective, prolonging as much as possible Pax Americana is absolute priority. Which, that's interesting. I'm always saying it here in Kyiv, that on a macro level, strategically, our interests converge, but on a lower level, they don't have to, which means we are beneficiaries of the security system which is in Europe now, and we want to prolong it. From the Ukrainian perspective, that's a completely different situation. Ukraine would love to have a completely new security system with itself being integrated. So sometimes our interests would not converge. But then, of course, this means that we have to play on different pianos simultaneously. NATO one, EU one, there's different coalitions, different formats. We don't always know how to do that. from my perspective, I would eagerly or not so happily say that we do struggle with it in Poland as well, and other countries in the region also. Now, the second dilemma that I want to turn your attention to is how to build an autonomous security system in the region, not necessarily within the whole Europe. So that's not a big deal to change the American umbrella for yet another umbrella being given to us by other big European partners. What is really important from the Polish perspective, I think from the perspective of other countries in the region as well, is how to be autonomous, not only from the US, not only in terms of resources from China, etc., but also from different partners in Western Europe, which means we want to have concrete defense capabilities here, which means on the Polish soil, on the Ukrainian soil, on the soil of countries in the region. We do have supply chains. We want to have supply chains with partners in Western Europe, but actually, the more we have on our own soil, the more prepared, the more safe we feel, which means that globalization and these interdependencies are great, but only to an extent, the extent to which then the cooperation and proliferation of different partners makes us feel less safe than more safe. Now, of course, there are several problems why the closer, deeper cooperation in terms of defense is not happening in Europe. I've singled out a few ones. Of course, there is still a problem with trust between several countries in Europe. We not only have the same concept of Ukrainian victory, and we don't have the same concept of Russia losing the war. Actually, this is just a slogan. If you ask people, do you want Ukraine to win the war? And of course, usually the response is yes. But then if you ask them, okay, but what if Ukraine winning the war means the stabilization of Russia? Oh, well, that's a bit different story, right? We don't want to have it. Especially, I know my French colleagues who immediately say, oh, no, you Poles, you are always looking for problems. We don't want to have it, right? Several other problems like political cost of changing the alliance and the political cost of changing the whole security system. Political capital is scarce in the region. Now we have different problems in different regions. The governments are changing. I can easily imagine the situation in which forces farther right would be very vocal and very influential in Poland, Germany, France, and other countries in the region, which of course immediately changed the whole concept, changed the whole constellation in the region. You have competition between different countries, so resources are scarce. We do compete for them. This is what you see within the European Union and within the whole discussion in the European Union about instruments, how to finance defense industry, how to finance defense acquisition, who should be responsible for what, where should be these concrete defense capabilities built in Poland, in Germany, and France, in different countries in the UK. I know that's a problem as well. I mentioned lack of consensus, and the last part that I want to mention also is narrowing fiscal space. So if you look at the budget deficits and debts in here in Europe, also in the United States, the fiscal space is shrinking. The cost of getting the capital on the international market is growing. So it's going to be extremely difficult in a few years to come to finance defense building defense industry and then building concrete defense capabilities in Europe. Still, having said that, just few concrete ideas. If I was a military guy, I am not, but if I was a military guy, that's what I would suggest to the decision makers. A few concrete ideas on how to work with Ukraine and then Europe. The first one is geography is there. You can't move Ukraine and you can't move Russia. Geography is there, which means that I would immediately include Ukraine to strategic planning within the European Union. Ukraine is part of Europe's sort of broadly eastern flank, be it NATO, be it the European Union, but Ukraine is here importantly as part of the broader effort to create strategic dilemma for the Russians. It's not only Finland that has a long border with Russia and which is a problem for Russia, but if Ukraine is integrated into strategic planning in Europe, this is a strategic dilemma for Russia as well. That's what I would start with. Then, of course, the joint procurement, acquisition, etc., to make the cost, to alleviate the economy of scale. I have the costs are much lower, have long-term predictability, etc. We've started doing that again with all these caveats that I mentioned, the problems that we have in Europe, joint financing mechanism, etc., with financial problems. Integrated Ukraine, again, this is something and this is something interesting that always comes to my mind. Is it only Donald Trump that thinks about Ukraine in terms of rare earth metals? I mean, different resources that are here on the Ukrainian side. Doesn't Europe need that? Likely we don't. We haven't been even part of the conversation, right? This is only the United States and Trump's administration that do pay attention to that. We are always late to the party, usually. So one may think about Ukraine being integrated into the EU, let's say, ecosystem of energy resources, rare earth metals, and again, the whole discussion about defense industry and how you use these resources and how you decouple yourself from China and then other partners that you normally use for obtaining these parts. But what matters most? There are three parts that really matter, and we usually focus on two, which is technology and financing. The third, which is really important here for the countries in the region, is how quickly you may put it together in order for it to work. The perspective of having different concrete defense capabilities in 5 or 10 years isn't really welcome from the Polish perspective, and I think isn't really welcome from the perspective of other countries as well. Here comes, of course, the whole story with Poland buying the weapons in the United States or in South Korea, because I remember the discussions in 2022. How quickly can German defense industry provide tanks and other parts of hardware to Poland? Oh, like 5-10 years. That's great, but possibly this will be completely different security environment 5-10 years to come. So what matters is also when we'll be able to put it together. And again, the last part is we as people like to say that the generals are always preparing themselves for the last war, for the war that has already happened. That would be my advice, not to over-focus. I know it's important, but not to over-focus on the lessons that come from Ukrainian battlefield, because possibly you have, in all these advices for European partners, we may be preparing for a war that has already happened, and the next one will be a bit different one from the one that we see in Donbass. So what is really key is adaptation. This is something that Ukraine knows how to do. In this respect, I would love to have Ukraine on my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We got really very interesting speeches, which I think provoked, actually raising also questions, which I'm totally sure provoked quite a lot of also questions in your mind. So please indicate your willingness to ask. So I see the hand over there and here, and so at least two hands now. So please, the lady over to the left.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a student from Kyiv Mohyla Academy. My major is international relations. My question is, considering recent events which are Russian drones disrupting security in borders of several EU countries, does the EU plan on discussing with Ukraine possible security measures? Is there any experience exchange planned or already happening, despite, as you said, problem with trust?
Do you address this question exactly to some particular speaker or just whoever wants?
Just for everyone.
Okay, let's collect questions. So the second hand was here.
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. Actually, I wanted to ask pretty similar question. So basically, we can see that Russia is tasting reaction of the European Union like every day with each drone attack further and further into the Europe. So the question is, how should Europe react to not show weakness and be in stronger position to oppose Russian Federation? Because it's really important to not show fear or ignore this problem, because this can be considered as weakness in Russian eyes. So basically, how should Europe react to it? Thank you.
As I understand, also a question to everyone, and the hand over there.
Hi, this is Evgeny Matyashenko from Ukrinform, the national news agency. Some speakers have been mentioning this today, and some European officials in Brussels also address this topic. First of all, security is the first pillar for accession conditions, right? We understand that it's hard for Europeans to even harbor the idea that Ukraine can become part of the European Union while war is ongoing on our territory. I'm just now going into hypotheticals, but still, we have different scenarios on the table, given the transatlantic shifts, given the assertive Russia, the new provocations. Let's just imagine the case where, God forbid, a European Union member state gets attacked physically by Russia this year, next year, in a couple of years, while Ukraine is not still part of the European Union. What sense would then be in the assumption that Ukraine can no longer be part of the European Union as to like bringing war into European Union? What if, God forbid again, war is already in the territory of the European Union? What goes next? What's the structure of debate in this unfortunate case, if it's ever going to happen? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other hands, any other questions? No? So if no, please, whoever wants to start answering those good questions. Please, Nona. Yeah.
On the drone questions, which actually brings me back to what I was saying about some countries of Europe, and I underlined that I had in mind the southern part of Europe not believing that this is actually Russia's war against Europe. I think what happens with Russian drone attacks, first on Poland and on Denmark and so on, it exposed a number of things. First of all, unpreparedness of Europe, because in terms of capability, because we saw that we were able to shoot down only 4 drones out of 19 or 21. Then we saw that in order to shoot down a drone which costs like the maximum $10,000, you have to use F-35 and with the missiles that cost a number of hundreds of thousands dollars. And then we saw also that EU was completely unprepared. I mean, it was like a surprise, that drone attack. Now, when it comes to the response, only Poland reacted in an adequate way, in a sense, and only Poland and Tusk reacted. Actually, what happened after Trump-Zelensky meeting and after Trump-Putin called, saying that Europe now should step forward in defending Ukraine and not rely anymore on another actors. And it's always like this. I mean that EU is reluctant to, or Europe, as you wish, to provide an adequate answer on what is happening when the security threat is real. I mean, as for Ukraine and how Ukraine can help in this, we saw that, again, Poland expressed the interest to sign the agreements on drone production, common drone production, or we saw Ukrainian soldiers traveling to Denmark in order to teach to the Danish colleagues how to shoot down the drones. But again, coming back, we lack. This is kind of the more reactive responses and not proactive policy to the upcoming threats.
Thank you. Please.
Just 2 quick notes from my end. I think the assumption or the argument that Ukraine cannot join EU because it's in war, I think it's not fair, because you had 2 EU member states fighting each other. Remember Northern Ireland? I mean, not the same. But the idea that, we need first somehow to end the war, then for you to be part of EU, I think it's, in my understanding, it's a bit misplaced. I think, contrary, having Ukraine join EU would further strengthen this fight against Russia. I just imagine if you had the Commissioner for Foreign and Security Policy from Ukraine, or if you had members from Ukraine in European Parliament, the kind of message you are sending. So I think the second point is that if EU, what the conversation here has been, we need to have more strategic autonomy, or I think key to that, why EU is missing in many of the meetings and tables recently, is that this inability to speak with one voice and to have more cohesive policy and response. I think that is key, and I think approach should be how to strengthen that rather than to fragment that.
Well, first, again, don't treat European Union as a panacea for all of your problems. Sometimes they can be solved in a bit different way. That Ukraine cannot join European Union during the war is a political argument, and of course it requires political solution. This is not a legal argument. I'm afraid this is a smokescreen because there is no consensus in Europe, and then some are very happy pointing to the fact that the war is ongoing because they don't have to be the first in line to tell everybody that they are against, for several reasons. Then about the reaction to the drone incident. Well, I know that everyone is. I mean, there is this temptation to say, oh, I would do this, I would do that. I always know better. The key issue that stems from being a member of an alliance is that on one hand you have partners that multiply your potential, but on the other hand you have to be very careful that they do not suffer from any heart attack stemming from the fact what you do, right? So this is not a big problem to shoot drone, but unless your partners, unless your neighbors from NATO cannot then sleep peaceful because of that, you have to be very, very careful, because that's the way of being in an alliance, that you have one hand tied behind your back. That's the minus of being within the alliance. But you are going to the same alliance, so you have to take this into account. That's why this is why I mentioned this autonomy not only from the enemies, but autonomy also from the friends and from the allies, because you have to have the autonomy, have to have autonomous potential for decision making and for acting unilaterally, even if your partners are not on board, are not on the same page with you. And what I mean here is probably we will have this discussion in Poland, we will have this discussion in different countries, is do we have potential to unilaterally respond to Russian actions without invoking any article of the NATO treaty? No Article 5, no Article 4, no bothering our allies, no bothering our friends, doing something unilaterally so that there is not a big political scandal, not a big political problem in Europe. I think this discussion is now ongoing. What's the outcome? I can't really tell you because we just started. But I think this is the way we are heading now. The more autonomy, the more unilateral ability to react, the better from our perspective.
Susan?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what was said about the drones. I just wanted to say with regard to the sort of specific scenario that some EU, or I think here more important is NATO member state, because I think the provocations that are coming from Russia now are, these attacks are about testing NATO. So, I mean, if there was some kind of kinetic attack, and then would that make it more likely, or why would Ukraine then be kept outside? Actually, I'm afraid that what it would focus much more on that particular attack, and then the feeling would be that, and we don't need to also incorporate now Ukraine and kind of exponentially increase this problem that we're having to deal with. That would be my fear, that would be the response. On the other hand, my hope is that, well, my expectation is that these types of attacks from Russia are going to increase, and that perhaps over time, this kind of sense of being under threat and being endangered within the EU and within NATO will lead to more of this kind of going in the direction of what you, Nona, were saying is not there yet, in terms of the sense that Ukrainian security and European security are one and the same. I think we're already on that trajectory, but I think that this type of these increasing attacks, I mean, I don't wish for them, but I think they're likely, and that maybe that will be one of the effects that they would have. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me again raise one point which is essential to understand the discussion and the current situation. EU very clearly understand the future security architecture in Europe. For EU, it's not a question that Ukrainian armed forces and Ukraine itself is a keystone of this future architecture. And the alternative to that is very simple, that the peace plan of Putin, his request dated December 2021, NATO back to the borders of 1997, Ukraine is dependent and politically and economically, Russian language should be protected and respected. Let me remind you that I was posted to Berlin like 20 years ago. At that time, in Berlin, were several hundred thousands Russian-speaking population. It's a good reason for Putin to protect them everywhere, everywhere. So there is no alternative, in fact. The other thing is that in Europe, EU have repeatedly explained to all citizens that defense and security is a very costly thing. But to be protected, you have to pay. Europe didn't understand that and continue to not understand that everything has its price, especially such important things, crucial things like your freedom and independence. But again, money, this is something that you should use effectively. For example, if we speak now about, you mentioned several times, the wall of drones, that let me also mention the project of a new jet fighter. There are actually two projects in Europe of the next generation. Initial price of that just designs is several billions euros just to start. And the price of drones, if you add to that artificial intellect, it's not comparable. It's not comparable. And the final thing, it's also one day Europe should recognize and accept this new reality that EU and European countries are also at war with the Russian Federation, economically, subversive actions, propaganda, and all other stuff, including interference in the internal affairs of particular EU member states. So Putin is already there. Be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are, we could not, of course, cover all the questions which we have here because it's there are endless questions, and the biggest question is actually to provide the answers to them. What is surprising to me is that still we are observing this European discussion, that we are still seems to have like repeating discussion over the same questions and still not getting the ultimate answers. After 2014, after Crimea, after Georgia first, then after Crimea, then after full-scale invasion, we are still talking about the way Europe should react to Russia. Is Russia still a threat? And we heard that for some domestic political discussions in some member states, it's quite not really the obvious answer that Russia is the threat for them. Is Russia a strong threat? Maybe Russia is weak. Maybe Russia is weakened enough by war in Ukraine. It's bogged down here. So great, we should not, if Russia cannot defeat Ukraine, then will Russia attack other European countries? Will it have enough forces for that? How much time do we have? We can relax until 2030, waiting for Putin to give us enough time to prepare. and for the meanwhile hoping that American umbrella will still be there for some time with this or that deal with present and future American administrations, so maybe buying some weapons and having them still protecting us. Who will protect Europe when it is, if it is still attacked? Who will protect Europeans? Who will help us if we are attacked? I mean, I'm now kind of trying to basically to pose this as kind of domestic political questions from any European member state in the European Union or in NATO, European country, a member of NATO. And it seems like we still do not have totally convincing answers, at least for me as a Ukrainian, from my point of view. First of all, I think that we are having as much time as Ukrainian armed forces allow us to have. If not the sacrifice of Ukrainian armed forces, we could have had a different discussion in a different place and with the different participants of that discussion. We don't know how much time we will still have for this discussion to come to definite answers, resolutive answers, to provide different calculations for the Russians. Because frankly speaking, I'm not sure that the Russians have the same calculations with the Europeans about time, about relative strengths and weakness of Russian armed forces, European armed forces, particularly European armies, the level of American involvement and guarantee, all those questions. I think Russians have a different calculation. I mean, we do have different calculations with them on how relatively strong they are and we are on the battlefield. They continue fighting. They started aggression because they thought they will win, and they continue the war because of the very basic thing. They think they are winning. Just today, the city of Chernihiv was bombarded this night and deprived now of electricity and water supply. The city, which played a very crucial role in defending Kiev in the first days, the first weeks of invasion, of the full-scale invasion. We don't know what will happen after. So the dynamic of the war, I think the European debate still is like pretty much relaxed with the understanding that the war is it's not frozen, but seems like a lot of perception that it is like not escalating. And basically the question is not to allow it to escalate, right? So do not do some decisive steps to provoke, to escalate, because it's more or less not escalating, it's more or less okay. It evolved already quite a lot. It is a different war from what we used to have in 2022. It is a different war even what we had last year. It will definitely be a different war next year. I agree with Daniel that we need to, basically we all need to adapt to the war. If there will be another war in 2 years, it will be different from the one which we are having now. But what I hear increasingly from Ukrainian military officers with whom we had the opportunity to exchange is that their observation is that, with all respect for NATO countries, immediate neighbors, first of all, of Russia, which is an aggressor, it's very big question if those countries are prepared to fight the war the Russians are prepared to fight. The way the Russians are doing this. Not Ukrainian experience. Okay, you can say that Ukraine is a different country. Okay, but the enemy is basically the same. So the Russians know now how to fight the drone war without the need to have mass of tanks or other legacy thinking of how to conduct operations. Are Europeans prepared to fight such a war? Is there, again, coming back to all those questions, are we prepared to fight? Is Russia actually about to attack us? If there is denial that Russia is a threat, of course, actually we start from zero. So this is a vicious circle of threat perception, the readiness to react, how exactly we react, and where Ukraine is in all this debate. We probably will not resolve this discussion anytime soon, unless something happens really kind of dramatic. Hopefully not, but we'll see. But we need to win this debate. I think here in this room, we all understand that Russia is a threat. We all understand that Europe together needs to do more. And of course, Ukraine is part of this whole, crucial part of this whole system. How to convince all our, so to say, constituencies, all our circles vis-a-vis, that's a big question we can discuss over the coffee break. Thank you.
So it looks that we can already start, so I invite every panelist to join me. I understand that everyone wants to have some coffee, but those who would stay till the very end would be awarded with dinner, and it's even better than just a coffee break. So are we all here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's cool, and we are more or less in time. My name is Sergei Sidorenko. I'm from European Pravda, and I'm honored to moderate this panel, which would be about, I would say, the key topic in our European integration and in accession, as it is said in the title. Of course, it's about fundamentals, rule of law, anti-corruption, and all the stuff. And I believe that we will have hot discussion. Let's try to do it that way. Without further ado, I would like to start with, let's say, questions that would lead us to that hot topic. Ivana, Ivana Klipos-Tsatse is a chair of the European Integration Committee of Verkhovna Rada, and former Vice Prime Minister on the European integration, and a member of opposition fraction, which means that she's absolutely free in criticizing Ukrainian authorities, and that's what also journalists and civil society have to do. So, Ivana, floor is yours. I would not say that it's, time only to criticize, but how do you see Ukrainian path towards accession in a view of anti-corruption? Do we still have a chance, given what has happened in July?
Thank you for the invitation. You know, we could have had much more hotter discussion if we had representatives of different political factions on this panel. But I think we are here pretty like-minded people who care about the real change, and who do believe that the basis of everything that is needed for successful accession is rule of law, is anti-corruption, is actually a set of values that is being honestly defended in the front lines, but not necessarily defended by the authorities on the kind of in the policies. With regard to whether we do have still a chance or not, if I would not believe in Ukraine's chance, even when there was no any European perspective for Ukraine granted in the association agreement, I think I would never be dealing with the European. I'm sorry, I got a bit of a cold.
So the topic is does not let you to speak fully.
I'll manage. I wouldn't have been, dealing with the European and Euro-Atlantic integration basically for all of my professional life in different capacities, and you know it very well that we've been on this on this path with you, even when it was totally
baseless dream.
Baseless dream, or yes, or just a dream, right? So I do believe that we do have a chance. Moreover, I think it's not about a chance; it's about the responsibility of actually making it a reality, and that is probably even more important because probably we don't have, and we won't have any other period in our Ukrainian history when this type of change that is needed for our accession could be passed through the different stages of the parliament or the government and so on, because of the existential threat that we are facing right now, and because of the actual window of opportunity that has been opened by this war of Russian Federation against Ukraine and against the free world. So, but in order for that to efficiently materialize in the reality, I think the lessons learned exercise from July events, quote and unquote, that's how I think authorities are describing it, hiccup. There are so many beautiful diplomatic names, hiccup, mistake, July event. I mean,
how do you call it?
Well, I think it's a crime. Sorry. It is a crime. It is a crime against your own people. I actually went to the stage in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, I think 3 or 4 times that very day, trying to explain why this is this cannot be voted. But there was not much readiness to listen to such position. So for that to actually materialize in the real success, lessons learned experience exercise has to be made. At this point, I do not believe that we are done with that lessons learned exercise, unfortunately. Yes, the situation has been reversed with the restoration of the anti-corruption, of the independence of the anti-corruption bodies, but it unfortunately did make damage. That's A. Secondly, the attacks on the anti-corruption infrastructure are being continued, and that is part of the, unfortunately, state policy. Thirdly, even in that very attempt to restore the independence of anti-corruption bodies, we somehow have forgotten part of the thing on restoring the competitions for the Prosecutor's General's office. And right now, reshuffles are being made, changes are being done, people are being appointed, and that definitely does not lead to thorough, transparent, credible, rule of law-based investigations and further even convictions of those people who are tried. So therefore, I think we are at this point not at the conscious level of lessons learned experience. We have lost, lost probably is the strongest word. We have eroded the trust of our partners towards Ukraine. And the only thing that gives us possibility to still conduct a proper dialogue, I think it's a trust in our society that has gone out to voice their concern. But that eroded trust, and I think everybody in this room knows it very well, is very, very difficult to restore. It's much, we've learned the hard way after 2014 how we were, for example, restoring the trust in our, let's say, dialogue with with NATO, that we are serious this time, that we really want to progress, and it took us maybe. You remember that, maybe 5 years to actually have, So to actually get accepted that, yes, maybe this time they are finally serious. So it's very easy to erode the trust, to lose the trust, but very difficult to restore it. And I do not see really right now the attempts to restore the trust.
As I promised, it's becoming hot because I see that we've been talking throughout the day about how beautiful it's now that we are moving towards a correct direction. But now, well, but let me clarify one thing. You say that we did not learn a lesson. We who?
We as authorities who are still having the upper hand, we unfortunately have the parliament that has lost its agency in the process of 6 years of its convocation, now in the 7th year of the convocation. I think the office of the president, I think the government, I think the majority, and I think that even though I am not from the majority, and I think that without really comprehending the level of damage that has been made
Sorry,
But this is not one thing that has made the change.
The question was about
I told you who.
So we is you also.
No, I told you it's the authorities, like the office of the president. I'm not part of that. It's the government, and it's the majority.
So it's them.
We, and I do belong to this we only because I'm the member of the parliament, and well, I will be trying to continuously do everything to persuade my colleagues that we would have to do this homework, but we as a state. And that's unfortunately, as a parliamentarian, I do represent also this state. I have a totally other perspective, but I do represent the state as well, the people.
Thank you, Ivana. So let's look from other perspective. Marianne Ellis from German-Ukrainian Bureau. It's an NGO in Germany, which is very much Ukraine friendly, and you feel the mood in let's say in Brussels, in Berlin. Do you see that it is perceived the way as Ivana describes it?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I would say that I want to be, normally we are on the same page here on this panel, and we had Ivana and some of the NGOs here, think tanks, on this panel in Brussels just last week. So I find myself on a similar argument, but for the sake of this debate, I want to be the agent provocateur, the devil's advocate, and say a couple of more controversial things to stir up our debate. Let me begin with the non-controversial part, which is that there is the geopolitical momentum, which we've discussed in the previous panel, is waning. So we get to a more transactional approach of EU accession for Ukraine, which is normal, kind of. I think it's a normalization, but we have to make sure, and this is one of my main theses, that we don't miss this historic window of opportunity for Ukraine to join if we are stuck in an eternal loop of blaming each other. And I want to be very frank, because I'm German, I can be frank, I don't have to be feared to be drafted, or my family cannot be pressured here in Ukraine, so I can be very sincere in my analysis. I want to begin with the problem analysis and then come to some of the solutions, but I come more with the problem analysis than with solutions. I hope we can discuss those. So my first main takeaways from Brussels, and Ivana and I, we were together in Brussels hosting an event. Most of it is off record, but I can just say that it was sobering, because the member states, the council perspective, the commission perspective, the member of European Parliament's perspective is that we are an imperfect environment where Orban's veto is likely to endure. So we cannot wait for him to be sent to coffee by Friedrich Merz. It was Scholz who sent Orban to have coffee with the candidacy status.
For that to happen?
Yeah, bring back Scholz. I'm with all. No, I've got to say.
For the same short period of time as just for coffee.
Yes, but we have to operate in this environment, we as supporters of Ukraine, where Orban is the constant variable. And we are now stuck in this circle of Dawaj, Vitry, Vajda, let's open the clusters. And I tell you, even if we open the clusters today, the next veto is around the corner. So this is my main message here, and this is not so easy. Like, how do we operate in this imperfect environment? Yeah, where Ukraine is being threatened by a war of annihilation, and has to be the perfect Musterschüler, as we say in German, the perfect pupil in school, do everything perfectly right, in order to have an argument in Germany or in countries where there will be a referendum, like France or the Netherlands, where every single small misstep on the road will undermine trust. And the July events, I want to be very open, has damaged a lot of trust. Stripping Nabu Sapo of their independence might have been replaced and repaired, but the damage is still there. And we are not, in Germany, analysts like me and others understand what's going on. There's one thing which the authorities say, and another what they do. So we see that what I and many others call death by 1,000 cuts. So you don't have to speak with Nabu Sapo directly, or the High Anti-Corruption Court, or other actors to see that they are under huge pressure. We see that from afar. We don't have to come to Kiev to see that. So that begs the question for me to the authorities, and this is directly to the office of the president, why have the lessons not been learned from July? The Ukrainian people came to the streets. They corrected this mistake. They gave Ukrainian authorities big pressure. International partners gave Ukrainian authorities big pressure, and we had all hope that we could return to a status quo, to advance reforms. but I don't see that the lessons have been fully learned. Pressure, this is number one. Pressure is still being applied. So I know, and this is now come the second message, we're in this imperfect environment where we as friends of Ukraine and Ukrainian civil society, Ukrainian parliament, government actually have the same position. We have to have the clusters to anchor the reforms in a type of architecture. But my challenge would be, what if that architecture is not there? Like, and this is a dangerous advocacy message in Germany or elsewhere, if we say we can only move ahead with the implementation of the rule of law roadmap if the clusters are opened. That in Germany is perceived, and I'll tell you very frankly, that there is no political will whatsoever. We can only move ahead if we have the carrots and stick in a formal way. And the Germans are not so well understanding that the parliamentary reality is very difficult and you can't get reforms done if there's not an incentive. But then I ask, okay, but on the 22nd of July, we saw that Parliament can swing in one direction. 10 days later, 180 degrees can swing in another direction. So I don't buy this, that the Parliament is, can only operate and only advance reforms if there is a formal opening. So this is my question, and it's a dilemma. Like, how do we operate and continue not losing the momentum? Otherwise, we are next year. I'm not sure whether I'll be invited as a panelist again, but we might be here and there might be regress. Well, there's already regress, and say you study, and that's one of my second last message, we study this enlargement reports. Since 2023, there has been very limited progress. So if you monitor that and if you look carefully at one of the different chapters, you see some progress, moderate progress, and I beg you that this year there will be a very little progress in the report. They will put it in diplomatic language. So how do we operate in this environment? There's not an easy answer to this. So there is stagnation, yes, but we're now talking not just about avoiding stagnation, but also avoiding backsliding, and that in an environment where we might not have the formal opening of the cluster. So this is really one thing. And maybe the last thing, and this is where it gets very hairy, and it's not just about the opening of the clusters. I think we need to understand, and in Germany, some experts do that, but there are underlying factors which affect the EU accession process, which cannot be solved through conditionality, and that regards the informal control of institutions, the kind of disregard of checks and balances that we've witnessed since 2019. Let's be very honest. The war has exacerbated those, but the modus operandi of governing runs contrary to what we need in the EU accession process. So we need independent, effective institutions. From Nabu Sapo on one side to regulators, monopoly commission, all the other regulators, we need them independent and effective. And what we see is a manual control, stacking them with loyal and trusted friends of the authorities. So this is like a kind of where we get to a modus operandi which will run into big problems even if we open the clusters. So I think, last point, this is where we face the dilemma. Ukrainians are not naive. You are very well informed, and in the council, some council advisors said this, Ukraine is probably the only state in a candidate country where taxi drivers, hairdressers know what the cluster is and why it should be opened. But we are politicizing a technical process and we should not lose light of an understanding of the deeper political underlying factors. And conditionality cannot solve the kind of manual control of institutions. It cannot save institutions from being attacked. So we have to find answers to that. So this is a kind of, I leave it with a little bit of sobering news, but we have to go deeper and have to operate in an environment where we might not have the clusters open at all for the foreseeable future. And I think we can still move, and we have to move forward. Ukrainian society demands this. Western partners are there, but there might not be many alternative frameworks to link conditionality to. The Ukraine facility is running out, the new one is being negotiated, but this will take time. IMF will maybe drop most of its governance-related conditionality. So where do we link conditionality if not in the enlargement process? I don't know, but there might be an environment where we don't have those. But I'll stop here.
I would ask you to specify your position on the very same questions that I asked Ivana in the very end. What has happened? So how do you call it? Because let me give you a bit of background. Recently I had an interview with Ambassador Maternova, and I, to some degree, intentionally used very tough word, July disaster, and I really use it. And she kind of protested, saying that, well, it's not a disaster. But what is your position? What is that?
It's a disaster. I would call it a strategic blunder when you put at stake trust. And I can tell you, in the political agenda in Berlin, people move quickly on. Yeah. So we're still talking about how we organize arms for Ukraine. So the most important questions are not affected. But trust has been damaged, and this is very difficult to repair only by deeds and not by words. And the deeds are pointing in another direction. So I would even challenge Ambassador Matanova here that maybe it's not perceived by her as a blunder, but I would say that it is a blunder.
Thank you. So let's show that sometimes it's becoming even worse than here in Ukraine. Even sorry, but I have to refer to Georgia an example. Unfortunately, we see that no matter how deep we are now in, let's say, this July events, we see that sometimes even candidate country can become lower. From Georgian perspective, how do you see these events in Ukraine? Does it perceive the same way disastrous as for all of us who had a chance to speak, or you are a bit more positive in assessment?
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me. I would start from talking that looking at Georgia and Georgians, they are now much more involved in their domestic affairs and much more involved in what's happening in the country rather than looking around. One issue is what they look very much is this war, the full-scale invasion, and basically most of us, if not all of us, consider that this is not just the war of Ukraine, but this is war of us as well. Because if we want to be successful fighting against Georgian dream, and it was rightly mentioned in the morning, Georgian nightmare rather, it very much depends how the war is going on, how the battlefield is, what is the processes on the battlefield. So I would say that it's less looked from Georgian perspective, frankly speaking, because unfortunately now what's happening in the country takes all our energy and all our resources.
So you do mean that people do not pay that much of attention to what has happened in Ukraine, or did I catch you correctly?
What you mean in this July developments, that was not so much covered and discussed in Georgia again, because as I said, we have our own fight, unfortunately, which takes all the resources and all our attention on that.
But from your expert perspective, as you definitely follow it much more than ordinary Georgian people, how do you see that? Is that a kind of point when we can see that Ukraine is starting to slide to a place where Georgian dream has driven, unfortunately, your country, or it's rather like a technical thing that can be solved and we can go forward?
Well, I think that back then, looking at the Georgian experience, we had this taste of savor, frankly speaking, because back then, when Georgia was labeled as a front runner of Eastern Partnership or front runner of that region, together with my colleagues, we have been shouting very loudly that something was going in a very wrong direction. And that time, the answers from Brussels or from some of the capitals were, calm down, you are doing better than Ukraine or Moldova or others. And unfortunately, that at the end of the day ended up how it ended up there. So this kind of, scar, if we call it like this, the mental scar, is there back in our minds. And every time, and I hope one day if we manage to get back on the EU track, that would be something that we would not kind of tolerate. So when we see something like going something in a wrong direction, we always have this alarm that if it is not settled now, it might be too late afterwards. So this is something that not many, but it's my very personal opinion. That's how I see this.
So it's a kind of lesson that we can learn on your example. But let me also ask...
Well, I wouldn't compare Georgia and Ukraine in this sense, because, the situation is totally different. Because you have the classical war, but we are also in the war. We are having the hybrid war against Russia. It's crystal clear. But it's a totally different situation. And so, I mean, we should not put the equality sign there.
And let me ask about your assessment of Georgian people attitude towards these fundamental topics, which are the key for the European future. Given that now it's much deeper in Georgia, it's not just about like anti-corruption and even much deeper than just rule of law. Do you still feel that for people who go to streets to protest, these topics are the key? Or they are focused on something which is much tougher for them now?
Look, Sergey, I think that the people in Georgia now are caring about how to save the statehood, because we are at the stake is higher than just fight against elite corruption, which has been always the case in Georgia, unfortunately. This is about how we will manage to survive as a state, because we might have been being an independent, but you cannot have the features of the state. And unfortunately, we do see that every single day the Georgian authorities are making their utmost that the country loses the statehood. So the fundamentals comes after all of this, because we all remember why these people went out into the street. They went out because of statement of Kobakhidze, who said that Georgia is no longer going towards the European Union and they are not going to put the accession topic on the agenda. So that was something when the people went out to the street. But unfortunately, we do see that there is no single day when Georgia is not the front runner is now running back. And if we look the country, we can see that basically what it took Azerbaijan or Belarus years, it took Ivanishvili and Georgian Dream months to kind of set up this scene and environment there. So I would say I would not now talk about the accession negotiations. It's a long way away, unfortunately, as it seems now from Georgian perspective. Now what we are talking about is, and what we are thinking about, how to save our statehood. That's at stake now.
Like in pyramid of Maslow, it's somewhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Paula. We really have a perfect panel, like reflecting that probably with no participation of Ukrainian authorities, but from different perspectives. And your perspective as a person who sees that from media, let's say, angle, do you see that it is reflected for ordinary people in Italy, for editors, let's say, board of Il Folio, for your readers, it is perceived that as that crucial development as we now discuss?
Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm very happy to be back in Kyiv. I'm grateful because today we had a very good discussion and debate with all the good things, all the bad things that are happening. And if I compare this kind of debate to our media coverage, I want to cry. Because
with happiness or
no, because our public discourse in Italy, I think that in Italy is very bad. Maybe in other countries, European countries as well. I don't think, I mean, not Germany. I think in Germany you have a more, decent debate. In Italy is not, and I was like checking our newspaper in this day that I'm here, and I'm in the middle of this great discussion with you. And today, the editor of one of the important economic newspaper, was in TV saying that sanctions didn't work. Sanctions against Russia didn't work. They are just
a burden to European countries, and Europe is keeping to create new packages of sanctions, but they are not working at all. So we have to change strategy. And this is like one part of the debate. The other part was the war and the front line. And in our newspaper, I mean, if you read just our newspaper and our media, you think that Russia is winning, and that the front line is not taken by Ukrainian forces, and that yesterday there was this article about Pokrovsk. This is the correct one.
Pokrovsk.
Pokrovsk. And saying that Russia is occupying all the city. That is not true. And there was this expression about the diplomatic nutcracker that is tightening around the neck of President Zelensky. So this is the, the environment, and if you check our public opinion, is not that pro-Russian and against Ukraine. More than half of our Italian people support Ukraine more financially than military. We have a great problem about the military aid, and that's why our government is not saying publicly what we are giving, the arms that we are giving to Ukraine, because otherwise our government will have problems in the coalition. But even if the public opinion is not that, against Ukraine, our media environment, I think it is. And if you just check TV shows and media, you will have a completely distorted understanding of the situation here. The protest, for example, for the corruption scandal this summer, I think that the result of the protest and the process was that Ukraine is more democratic than our country. But in our media, it was discussed like the end of Zelensky, the end of the reform process in Ukraine, the autocratic decline of Zelensky government. So I don't know why we have a higher standard for Ukraine that we have for our leadership, and I don't know why the narrative is so distorted. I think that maybe it's a problem of information in many Western countries. I think that the Trump return to White House did something very bad, so that, and I think is that the Ukraine war and the Russia aggression is a European problem, but not so European, but he put a geographical understanding to the war. So at the beginning, even in our bad media, it was a fight for democracy, and Ukraine was the front of all this fighting. Now I think it's not in our public discourse in Italy, and I think in the Western countries of Europe as well, is more a geographical question. So that's why the Baltics and the North and the East Europe are so committed, and we are not.
And what was the turning point for that change of discussion to your opinions? So what has happened that people turned from like seeing Ukraine as an example, as a startup of democracy, and now it's looking very much differently. And what was that a kind of some role of these July events, or it's completely not connected and happened well before that?
So I would not say the Italian people, because as I said, the people is still, but it's the media, the information environment that we see in many other countries. They are different from the feeling of people, as in the US, they are supporting Ukraine. If you ask people, they are supporting Ukraine, and you have a lot of media that are against helping Ukraine. So it's not the people, but media. I think that it was the narrative of fatigue that started in 2023, I think. After 1 year and a half from the invasion. This kind of fatigue that I don't understand, of course, because I don't understand why we have to feel this fatigue, that we are in our comfortable homes and so on. But it was very important. I mean, it was relevant in the change of our public discourse. So it was the long war. We have a problem with long wars, and so I think that this idea, you don't see the ending, you don't see a winner, and the impasse and the fatigue changed completely the approach. And with Zelensky and the government, and so corruption and reform and the access of Ukraine in Europe, we don't have this kind of conversation specific about, you know, agriculture or all the issues. Because if you say Ukraine is in Europe, we just say, okay, our farmers will go mad. So that's why I'm grateful to be here, because you listen to many arguments, and bad or good, but you have a big picture. In our public discourse, there's not this big picture.
Okay, thank you. Olena, not an easy task to a kind of, it's not a final of a panel, but at least final for that round. I would ask you to not only summarize, but also to draw your vision based on your communication with foreign partners. Because, well, we all have that communication, but yours is different, like from advocacy activist. How do you see, is your advocacy effort somehow undermined by July events, disaster, development, how we call it, crime, or it's well, it did not affect to your work that much?
So first of all, at the protest, well, I call that event Nabu Crackdown. And during the protest, when people went out to streets, there was one very good cardboard, which I liked very much. It said, "Strong army and strong institutions will save Ukraine." And I think this is something what we are trying to explain to our partners, that yes, Ukraine is presently defending from the full-scale war, and that is our top priority, winning over Russia, and that martial law brings additional limitations on the civic engagement and democratic manifestation, of course, but we are also seeing, unfortunately, the global rollback in liberal democracies. And it's not only US deprioritizing democracy building processes and backsliding democracy, the country that has been the lighthouse for us for quite a long period of time. But illiberal forces are also growing much more popular in Europe. And every time I want to get more depressed, I'm checking public opinion polls in our main partner states. And I realize that our window of opportunity is very small. If we truly want, to make Ukraine part of the defense union and overall European Union. So when I'm talking to people about NABU crackdown and July events, I am starting with the good news. And there is definitely good news, which is that democracy is so deeply embedded in the Ukrainian society that Ukrainians will always find the way to protect independent institutions. Moreover, Ukrainians are seeing still the EU integration as one of the lighthouses and the hope in our future. That's something, by the way, which Ambassador Maternova said at her first opening remarks, that, when we were hearing from everywhere that Ukraine will fall in 72 hours, Ukrainian government submitted the EU accession bid, trying to think out of the box to bring this hope to the Ukrainian society, that we will be part of basically coming back home. And if you take a look at the figures, and these are the figures that I actually like checking. 74% of Ukrainians support EU accession process. Ukrainians view EU integration as the path rather than a destination. That means that Ukrainians do not want to wake up overnight in Ukraine where the institutions won't be fixed and where we will face the similar issues and problems like Hungary. And 75% of Ukrainians strongly support reform conditionalities of the European Union towards Ukraine, which gives, from my perspective, European Union a very strong legitimacy to help us push for the reforms and keep our democratic process in track. And here I will challenge what Matthias said, that actually conditionalities do work. We had 7 steps of candidate status, which were very clear, very concise, and they gave a very strong and powerful second breath to a number of reforms that stalled at this point. And unfortunately, we saw attack on NABU coming. We were expecting this because there were a number of events that happened before, and one of which was the attacks against civil society, like investigation against Vitaly Shabunin, or government rejecting the appointment of the head of the finalist of the Bureau of Economic Investigations, which did not have any response from the side of our European partners. But when the crackdown, July events happened, that triggered both the Ukrainian society to go out to streets to protect those institutions, and also finally got the response of the European Union. So we must learn the lessons, and the lessons are that while the society is limited with the tools of political engagement, we do not have elections, we cannot hold elections while there is martial law. It's incredibly important to nurture the checks and balances systems, part of which are civil society, investigative journalists, free media, political opposition, and independent anti-corruption institutions that are also working as the checks and balances system. And the very last point is that we have to understand that Russia, though the situation on the battlefield is super hard and super complicated, Russia cannot take over Ukraine militarily. So they will try to take us over politically. And unfortunately, we must draw the lessons from the Georgian scenario that institutions must be fortified, institutions must be protected, and that there can be no tolerance to the, let's say, cutting of the powers of the independent institutions if they are not done so blatantly as the July events, but in a slower way, like through the attempts, to pass the legislation in the parliament, or the attacks against NABU detectives and SAPO prosecutors must stop, because that would erode the institutions from inside. We have to protect our institutions, because that's and EU integration, that's something which brought us to the streets in 2013. That's something which served as the lighthouse in between 2014 and 2022. And this is also something which gives us power to continue super complicated but very necessary fight for the democracy while we are defending from the full-scale war.
And let me focus also on how it affects your advocacy efforts. So do you see that people whom you communicate to are a kind of more restricted due to July, how we call it?
July something. Well, yes, of course. I mean, I'm also hearing at the different meetings what Matthias said, the issue of trust. Fortunately, that does not affect the defense assistance or anything which comes to support Ukraine's fight against Russia. There is a very clear understanding that this fight is primary and that Ukraine should continue receiving all of the tools and weapons that are necessary to defend from the Russian invasion. But on the level of EU integration process or on the level of some development programs, I do hear that partners are asking, why those things are happening. Because on one hand, we are seeing that, President Zelensky being one of the leaders of the free world and perceived like that, especially by the Western societies. But on the other hand, we are seeing this, attempts to undermine the independent institutions. And I think that, and here I fully agree with what Ivana said, that unfortunately at this point, especially with the ongoing attacks on NABU detectives, we are not seeing that the lesson is learned and that there is maximum maximum effort behind making all of the things done promptly and making the reforms work and institutions, continue their independent operations. So, of course, especially when you are trying to lobby for resolving the problem of Orban's veto once and for good, and this does not only regard the accession process. We are seeing the same problem with the sanctions, that must be renewed every 6 months, and the freezing of assets, which has been my top priority, Make Russia Pay campaign. I mean, we know that in order to be much more convincing in our advocacy, we have to do our homework properly. And we also have to understand that Russia's main propaganda narrative, their propaganda is much smarter. They do not want to try to portray Russia as good or Putin as good, but they try to undermine Ukraine. And they try to blur the line between Ukrainian democracy and Russian autocracy. And we must we must continue insisting on doing all of the reforms in order to be right on our track to preserve our democracy, because that's important for the Ukrainian society, but that's also important for the Western societies too.
Let me try to have a very short round in different order on a question which is indicated here. How to navigate result-oriented reforms in the area of fundamentals and ensure a dynamic accession process. So not an easy question, but let's try to focus like in 2-3 sentences. Olena, starting from you. What can we do? Like an idea, just a hint. What can we do to navigate that way?
Well, I think that it's important, I've touched this upon a bit, it's important to preserve the checks and balances system, which is support for Ukrainian civil society, independent media, investigative journalists as the local experts who understand very well all of the nitty-gritty details of those reforms and can keep our partners updated with the process. That's one thing. And the second is efficient reforms conditionalities that are very important to keep the reforms on track.
To press the Ukrainian part, Ivana, what is your idea? What can we focus on? What should we focus on to navigate that way? And we, well, it's again a broad word.
Ukrainian case on different occasions, it's a sandwich that has been always efficiently working. It's the pressure from the civil society, from media, from everything that Olena was mentioning. It's the pressure from our external partners, and it's the work of those people inside the system who are still reform-minded and who are capable of trying to drive the process from within. It could be from opposition, it could be in the government, it could be from everywhere. So only this sandwich can produce the result, unfortunately. And I thought that during the full-scale war, you would not need that sandwich. I just, believed in the goodwill of people. I was very naive at the beginning of the full-scale invasion when I thought, well, now probably no one will dare to steal anything. That's not the case, as I learned in my years. But I think that's the only thing. And right now, there is just one more thing. We see how our partners, who are good-willing partners, are really trying to balance very delicately their wording, their message towards Ukraine, making sure that they are not impacting the societal and public mood. Those who are not well-wishers, they are definitely going to amplify all this negative events and negative tendencies and so on and so on. But at this moment, I think it's exactly about this clear conditionality that can be watchdogged, if there is such a verb, from within the society and also through pushers inside the system who can actually try to deliver. I think that's the only recipe.
Even not an easy again task, but maybe you, from your experience, from experience of your country, maybe you can focus on a key advice. What should we, again, why do we do to stay on that path, which finally should lead us to?
Well, it's very difficult to give any advices, frankly speaking, and I'm not in that position. But if you ask me what was the mistake of ours in case of Georgia, I can tell you that at a certain point, first we took some stuff as granted. We thought that it would never happen in Georgia. For example, there was a big slogan that Georgia will never become the Belarus, but unfortunately we are going to that direction now. The second was we never look the conditionality principles seriously. When you gave us the conditions, as you remember, once candidate status was given to Ukraine and Moldova, Georgia didn't get it. And then I would say that not the entire, but a large part of the society said that, okay, if we don't fulfill those conditions, it's okay, we need to get the candidate status. So what I mean here is that you should not sacrifice the conditionality principle for certain type of goal, because at the end of the day you might lose both. You might lose, the reforming path, and you might also lose something which doesn't really. Which does actually has a huge importance.
And that's what history teaches us. So, as said, you will have both shame and war.
Yeah, I think that, fully subscribe.
Paola, the same question. Do you see from your angle that some things are those that we have to focus on?
As a journalist, I try to, find the title when at the finish of this panel.
I feel the pain. Or not pain.
And so I think that the main thing that we don't understand outside Ukraine is that here democracy is alive and kicking. And we just see the war, the fatigue, the problems that of course there are, but the debate and the protest for the corruption clash or scandal and many other things are just more European and more democratic than many things that are happening in our country.
So advice is to continue kicking.
Yes.
Before I give floor to the audience, Mattia, I intentively left you hoping that it would be a kind of light in the end of this part of the discussion.
I'm not sure I can bring light, but I can say that, I like Valery Pekka's metaphor that Ukraine and Russian struggle is like David versus Goliath, right? And my central message to the Ukrainian president's office is like, the more you put pressure on the checks and balances, many of the activist experts here in the room, the less Ukraine will be perceived as David. So this, and I feel this very actively, was in Denmark recently, one of the staunchest supporter of Ukraine that you can find on the European continent. And people there from their political leadership were really shaken by this. So this is just to indicate, but so my central message is, checks and balances do exist, but we have to focus on what we can do in this imperfect environment. And I play back the ball to Elena, with whom I'm on the same side of the barricade always, but the kind of, we should not focus on conditionality alone, because if we say давай открывай, otherwise we can't do anything, that is perceived by the Germans that basically there is no political will in Ukraine, by the parliament, by the country's leadership, to move ahead. So what hinders us together to actually adopt some of the measures which are a little bit easier of the 529 measures of the rule of law roadmap? Why do we have to wait for Orban to come around or to be sent out for coffee? Let's focus on what we can do. I understand not all of it can be done because it involves challenging vested interests, but let's do some things. And last point, there are positive things. We need to strengthen, there was Luba Akulenko in this room with whom I share this passion for the Ukrainian public administration reform, completely neglected. And if we don't address this, there will not be any institutions in Ukraine in a few years from now that can actually adopt and implement the EU acquis that the parliament adopts. So we have to focus on some of the nitty-gritty and go beyond thinking about conditionality, but focus on doing. And Ukraine has the people and the minds to do. We just have to push together to get it done.
Of course, I have.
May I ask who will push? Okay, I'm serious. The problem is that we are raising this suggestion that we should be going ahead, irrespectively of whether the cluster is open. That's for the internal debate. That is part of the internal debate. The question is, okay, we do have a vibrant civil society that has also experienced some problems with like USAID going away, quite a lot of American other donors leaving, well, the EU stepping in some area in, but at the same time, they have been self-censoring themselves, as we in politics have been self-censoring ourselves for quite some time. So I think right now the question is, are we ready to really look into the mirror and see what we see there for real and work on our imperfections? And I think it's okay to work on your imperfections. I mean, that's just normal process. But how do we get those who are capable of taking the decisions to actually admit that we are quite imperfect and that we need addressing those issues. That's my major question, and that's why I think many of us are talking about conditionalities, because it helps as an incentive to incentivize the political class. You are saying, well, that means that political class does not have the political will. I am afraid this is a challenge.
Yeah, of course I have other questions, but I believe that there could be questions from the audience. Leo? Metro?
Rather a comment than a question, but a quick one. So thank you very much for your thoughts, sharing your thoughts. I'm not an expert in anti-corruption. I just interested to learn. But one of the things I was thinking about, we've been meeting different people the last couple of days, and I've heard this, a lot of talks about conditionality, precisely which were kind of, started with what happened in July, yeah? And I think that this is the right thing to do, on the one hand, but I also think that we need to clearly, in my opinion, to clearly look and see where this conditionality is well placed. Because I've heard some ideas which are massaging the idea of conditionality on weapon supplies, which I think is a very wrong way to approach things. And I'm looking at Olena, which we've been doing a lot of advocacy together, and Olena has the Russia Pay campaign. And I'm sure that at some point when this money will be coming to Ukraine, we need to make sure that the part which goes on weapons is not placed conditionality upon, and the rest of the money, I mean, we are, I think, very right to demand conditionality on the rest of the things. Just because we might get a perfect Ukraine with all its imperfections, but to lose the war. So I'm like, I don't want to, manipulate a bit on these fears, like, that if you don't do this, you get this. But I'm just afraid that we need to clearly separate where do we go with the conditionality, like everywhere, but not on the weapon supply and like weapon acquisitions. I hope so.
Unfortunately, as we see, and Olena confirms that, our Western partners do realize that. And there is more or less wide acceptance that weaponry should go with no conditions.
But some people in Kyiv said this to us, so that's what I'm saying.
I think it does even go across the board for the political parties, at least the parliamentary ones, that nobody would even think of raising such a idea. The question is, though, that in the meantime, we really have to ensure that we are working, restoring some of the parliamentary oversight. This is like really critical, especially in the conditions when a lot is being classified for objective or subjective reasons. That's another part of the discussion. But I think it's about, again, we are getting back to this checks and balances, or the balance of powers, and the capacity and agency of those institutions that do have those instruments of checking things. We are interested in that. We are interested in that because we all want to say, hold on, we are keeping an eye on this. We know that this is important. We know that this is important also for the trust and so on. But there will be voices that will be trying to push this on us. And we have to have arguments, very grounded arguments and very persuasive arguments to ensure that we are doing this homework on our side. And we are going to pressure whoever is responsible for using the money for military purposes, that this is not misused.
Maria, you wanted to...
Very quick, two fingers. I completely agree with Leo, but there's the moment you start using European taxpayers' money for finance procurement in Ukraine, you don't get to conditionalities, but you have to condition your aid in the sense that this is not embezzled. And this is where I had German journalists calling me and asking, not just German journalists, What about NABU investigation in Firepoint? Of course, we cannot talk about, we don't know about ongoing investigations, but this is where we meet the kind of no conditionality, I agree, on Western supplies, but also the money has to be used properly. For that, we need domestic checks and balances. We have Danish people running after their money to make sure that it's used properly, but we also have to have domestic checks and balances on that. Otherwise, we erode trust very massively in that weapon provisions as well.
Dmitro.
Okay, thank you very much. I think all of us here in this room understand and agree that fundamentals are fundamental, right? My question is, not question, but rather a comment and suggestion is to whom we need to address this message? Who needs to understand that fundamentals is fundamental, and who should convey this message? If we talk about checks and balances, do we need to address all these questions to Ukrainian president? Is it what we are so we need to address the question to the president, that president needs to keep the checks and balances system? Is it the correct way to do this? From external conditionality perspective, or rather we need to look at some key, I think really the key institution in these checks and balances. It's not only civil society, it's not only independent media, the parliament. Ukraine is parliamentary presidential republic. The parliament, which has not been renewed because we cannot have elections, it's objective reality now in the war. The parliament where we have MPs not only like Ivana, who are dedicated pro-European advocates, but also those ones who actually voted in July. It was parliamentary vote in July to undermine independence of anti-corruption institutions. You can say that some of those MPs were influenced maybe by presidential office, but actually we've seen that not actually all of them, totally. A lot of them willingly voted for undermining anti-corruption institutions, members of the parliament. And the question so they should be persuaded that they need to take seriously the way to the European Union. Who can convey this message to them? I think the best way is not us, civil society people. Of course, we're trying to do this, but I think the peers from European countries, not only from European Parliament, by the way, but also from member states, especially those friendly member states, need to address them. And I'm pretty much sure, but from what I heard, I can even assume what they will ask to you, to your MPs, if they address this message. They would ask, are you really offering us the way to the EU? Is it really the credible perspective? If you're talking about conditionality, do we really see that if we vote for those laws, we will have the European perspective, we will have the opening of the clusters, we will have ultimately we have the accession. It's still being debated, still being not clear, but I think we have to, not we, but European politicians need to convey those messages to Ukrainian politicians, and not only to the top politician, but actually to the political classes, Ivana mentioned. So the members of the parliament, I think, really crucially important for this, and this is the major institution of democracy, right? The parliament. With all respect to other institutions like civil society, NABU, and in media, and so on and so forth. So my suggestion to mobilize European members of the parliament, to mobilize Ukrainian members of the parliament, who are, we have a lot of groups of friendly relationships with member states. Let's use it in this way. That's just one suggestion. Thank you.
Who would like to address that question? Whom should someone address, and who should address this topic?
I can start because I wanted to address the previous questions too. Well, the thing is that, of course, we would want these issues to be discussed on all of the levels, and we would very much want the parliament to play a much more proactive role and to have real agency in all those processes. But the truth is that, yes, you have to address president and you have to address president's office if you want the issues to be done and the reforms to move forward. So, that's the reality we are living in. on 250 conditionalities that are in the roadmap. Well, if you take a look at the experience of Ukrainian reforms, there are a lot of very important technical details, but usually, you know, the instrumental was like one something politically sensitive, but still super important step that played an instrumental role for a particular reform. And from our perspective, I can say that that's, for example, international experts participating in the selection panels for the heads or the leadership of the institutions. If we speak about Prosecutor General reform, I think Ivana mentioned this already. Yes, we need competition for the Prosecutor General. And this should be open competition because Prosecutor General, yes, I know that there is argument that in some EU member states, Prosecutor General is the political appointee, but we have shown that, you know, Ukrainian experience sometimes is more advanced, you know, with regards comparing to other countries too. We need to reform State Bureau of Investigations. That's a big issue and a big problem. We need to get back to the reform of the security service. We discussed this before the full-scale war started. I mean, it's also should be on the agenda. Supreme Court, I mean, it wasn't properly done in 2016-17. Unfortunately, we are still seeing the outcomes of this reform. Economic Bureau of Investigations, the first step done, the new leader is there, but there should be the recertification and scrutiny of the staff of this agency. Fortifying anti-corruption institutions, and so on and so forth. So I would say that instead of speaking about 270, you know, conditionalities, it's important to focus on a couple of politically important priorities and run the sandwich effect around them. And if we speak about conditionalities, we speak, of course, about macro-financial assistance. So, I mean, I think that's clear from our side.
I agree that first and foremost, it's the president himself who has to be addressed, not the Minister of Foreign Affairs who is being addressed, not the Deputy Prime Minister of European and Euro-Atlantic integration, not even someone who believes that he is a Vice President of this country. It has to be the President of Ukraine. That's first thing. But secondly, I totally agree that it would be very, very useful if our counterparts, our parliamentary counterparts, would be much more vocal on the average. So there are some pretty vocal and are being immediately seen, and they're usually those who most care, who are most helpful, but who really are worried of what's happening in Ukraine, but they are immediately labeled as, I don't know, lunatics, whatever. But I think it's very important that they would be more vocal in this addressing of the Ukrainian MPs, especially those who are dealing with, you know, European issues, international issues, and so on. Because somehow, and believe me, I do have some of that experience, I do remember when the Ukrainian Parliament of the 8th Convocation did something wrong, you know, there was a wave of reactions of different levels, up there, there, on all the levels. Somehow, it was swallowed as if this is this is just a hiccup. It's not, and I agree. What's very important, it's not a standalone thing. What has happened with the attack on the anti-corruption institutions? Unfortunately, we all, you know, for good reasons of survival of the state, as Ivan is saying, like right now, Georgian people are focused on that. We are also focused first and foremost on the survival of state. So we were keeping silent on the problems with the freedom of the media. We were keeping silent on the attacks on the opposition. We were keeping silent on some attacks that have been happening earlier from State Bureau of Investigation against being used as an instrument against all the people who are not agreeing. We were keeping silent when Chernihiv, for example, local self-governance was dismantled, and so on and so on and so on. And then it all turned into a much bigger pile. So yes, if there is any way of mobilizing well-wishing parliamentarians for Ukraine who have earned the trust of, by their actions of supporting Ukraine, I think this is the best tool. And also the very same thing with the leaders of those countries who have helped most to Ukraine. This is the most trusted partners on the side of Ukraine, and their message could be very well taken, I hope.
Let me a bit misuse my role as a moderator, because I'm a bit not only moderator but an expert in this field, and I would slightly disagree with that we have to focus like on president first and foremost. My idea, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that beauty of Ukrainian European integration of Ukraine is that it involves everyone. And as Maria rightly said, Ukraine is the only country, only candidate country where every taxi, well, not every, but many taxi drivers know what cluster is. Let's not shy. Ukraine is the only candidate country where there is European Pravda, a dedicated media on European affairs. No other single country. And well, these are many elements which show that here everyone is involved. And I believe that it is a unique case when these have to be communicated to everyone, and then this everyone makes this sandwich. I believe so. And really, despite the reservoir and no sandwiches should be needed, they are needed. And well, pressure of the society is really needed. And here I have to ask,
we are looking for shortcuts.
So I'm not allowed to continue because, well, it's 17:00, and I believe that it's a nice final of our, not that, well, sometimes sometimes a bit sad discussion, but I believe that bright future have to be believed in. And thank you all for participating. Thank you.